Hi, this is stream 229. This is a refactoring day. I'm working on a game. You can see it here. And each day of the week now is sort of devoted to a different focus. So Thursdays are refactoring days. So I have some issues in GitHub that are refactoring related to work on. And beyond that, I have some ideas on other refactoring points. So refactoring is all about code cleanup and simplification and clarification and renaming. Basically making the code easier to read. Sometimes making the code more easier for the computer to run, but usually not. Usually it's for the benefit of humans reading the code. So a lot of it's going to be taking large, complicated functions and breaking them up into smaller, more numerous functions that have names, and trying to reuse code. So finding places where I've copied, pasted code around, and extracting new functions out and calling those extracted functions from all the different places where the code was copied. Hey, Lycanthrope is first. Yeah. Point for you. Now you have a point. How are you doing? All right. So these 4 issues are in my GitHub, and they are, some of them are pretty old, and some of them are newer. Hey there, Toulouse. Adam Party indeed. You don't get a point for being first yesterday? You didn't. Sorry about that. I guess today is the first day we're awarding points for people who are first. You got a lot of points, Toulouse. I think you're number 2 now. You're like the only one ahead of you is oh, you didn't claim being first. I see. Yes. You have 1 point right now. Okay, so if you created an account on my game and linked it, you could see how many points you have. Let's see who's the point leader right now. Nui is... Oh, Liquidor is still number 2? I thought Toulouse would have secured the number 2 spot. Catching up, though. All right. Let me bring this up. The issues link. So if you have any bug reports to make or any feature requests, you're welcome to put it into this. There's also an in-game ticket reporting system that shows up here. All sorts of reports and feature requests and bugs are entered here, and I try to then take them and copy them into my GitHub. Refactoring today. It can be dangerous and nice, yes. At the end, it's nice because the code is easier to read. It's Ramy. Wowee. Wowee. How are you doing, everybody? Hope you're having a great day today. Let me get my bearings here. Issue number 40. I'm just going to cheat and click on an issue and just change the number to 40. Obsolete the tiles message from server to client is what I want to do first. This is a really old message we're not using anymore. In fact, I don't know if it's even still in here, but we'll look for it. Because if it's there, I want to just remove it, because I don't think anything is using it anymore. Okay, this is not the message. This is a property within the tile set, so that doesn't count. Yep, I don't see it. Maybe I removed it. This is Iron Glove too, it doesn't count. Okay, it said it was from server to client, so would it show up? Maybe I have the spelling wrong. Oh, this is it, I think. Right, this message is sent on get tiles, and there's tiles sent back. Are we actually doing get tiles at all anymore? It's too hot, 40 degrees. Yeah, it's too hot to handle. Get some ice water. Get a bandana and soak it in cold ice water and just wrap it around your forehead. That's what I do. $10,000 lines of code on a sub 30K project. Remove a bunch of other assets, taking the APK size from 150 megabytes to 70. Oh, that's nice. Hey there, Endurin. How are you doing? Hey, look at this. I have the entire cactus trifecta. Look at that. 41C. Okay, I need to memorize the conversion, or I need to look it up to tell you what the temperature is right now for me. 77F and C is 25. We're doing okay here. Then so much junk building up because the plan has changed a billion times and no one has had time to remove. Okay. You now told your boss you're the only dev. But you're in that situation too where you're the only dev. That's tough. I'll straight up stop adding new stuff until I get the time to, that happened to me too a couple of times. We go to our manager and say, look, you can't keep asking us for new features without giving us time to clean things up. Y'all hate me for my 25C? That's fine. You can hate me for my 25C. Yeah, you need to have the opportunity to clean up code, which is why I've dedicated Thursday for that, for me. All right, so this message is being handled, but what do we do with it? Fetch tiles, like, where is this actually used? Login complete. We fetch the tiles. It comes back to us. Where? Server messages? Tiles? On tiles. Dispatch reflect tiles. It sets num avatar tiles. Okay, where do we use that? Okay, we use it there in the profile. Okay, I see the problem. I can't refactor this because it's still being used. Let me I need to change this from refactoring or to redesign, not refactoring. Actually, this is a dupe too, because there's already another bug to handle that talks about this. So let me get a reference to that. So the front end currently relies on this message to know how many avatar tiles there are. We can't remove it until the profile panel is updated to use the avatar tile set. Then I haven't, so this is number 40, right? So there's another one that talks about tile set. That's not exactly it. Oh, what was it? Avatars? Maybe I don't have a ticket for it. Oh, here it is. Is that also on my list today? 163? It is. Well, that's not refactoring either. Well, shoot. Okay. But that's the same one, right? The one I just updated to 163. So, the work to use the avatar tile set is covered by issue number 163. Comment. There's no other way to link two issues together, right? What is this transfer issue? The transfer to a different project or something, or signee? Okay, so let me update this one. This is also not refactoring. This is a redesign. Refactoring, I want to just be code cleanup, not changing designs. And this is referenced right to 40. We can click on it. Nice. Okay. So that means we're not actually doing these. Not doing that and not doing that right now. Okay, remove the old create background tile command. I think that one we can remove because no one's using it. Catch up on chat, I guess, while I'm doing that. I think it's a good idea to have a set date interval for taking your time to refactor. Yeah, that's what Thursdays are. It's just refactoring. 46 degrees inside your car. That's like melting plastic temperature, isn't it? You melted before you reached the car? You don't think the train was much cooler? You know what my worst experience on a train was? It was in Paris. And I was on the train from Paris to Versailles. And there was no air conditioning. And it was super hot. It must have been 40 at least. It was miserable. I hated it. Hey there, Rally Monkey. No Steam plan entry for Discord today. No stream plan entry. Oh, you are right. I gotta give you a point for that. And hello. Let's fix that. So what I do is I take the link here, because Discord's about kind of funny about pasting from OneNote. I have to paste it here and then put it back into the clipboard, so it's text only. Go to the Discord stream plan. Today's plan is to do some refactoring on the game's Lua systems and front end. And paste the link, and there we go. Fixed. Okay. Thank you, Raleigh Monkey. You got in your car, you know that it was cold outside? Yeah, well, relatively speaking, right? You just got the Twitch Live notification, so that was what, 11 and a half minutes late? Thank you, Twitch. Well, these days I've been trying really, really hard to start pretty much at 10 o'clock a.m. my time. And the stream panel below has the time in your local time zone. So, yeah, I think just sticking to a regular schedule should help. Do I write functional specifications for everything you're going to do? Not these days, because I'm trying to grow the game organically. And so I do have some, some high-level notes, and that's about it. Like, if you've seen this before, right, it's the notes, and then I have like server ideas. So I'll like brainstorm ideas, and this sort of forms like in my head a rough structural guide. And what did I do here? Yeah, like when I was breaking up the coordinators, I used to call it the coordinator engine. It's just the coordinator now into different subsystems. I would just list them. That's about all I do. Occasionally I'll write a diagram like one of these. I used to be a lot better at writing the specifications. If I was working in a team, like on my last job, we'd have to do that. So I haven't done it in a while, though. You're probably better at it than I am, because I'm rusty at it. What else have I been doing? I outlined the major systems, so I kind of use these as anchors in my thinking. That, okay, there's the item system. There's the Lua code. There's the game state. I haven't done mapping at all yet, so there's some completely missing systems that we don't have yet. Dialogue system, right? The networking stuff. You're making me think at some point I should just start writing down specifications for everything. At least to document it. If someone starts to work on this with me, then they'd have something to go by, other than my horrible notes. Hey there, Nui. And Lazy Guru, how are you doing? Command Control Shift, you should paste without formatting. Oh, really? In Discord? I guess I can try that. So I take this and go to Discord, and you're saying Control Shift V? Control Shift V. Oh, it did. It worked. Thank you, Lazy Guru. You're not so lazy after all. That was very helpful. Thank you. I have to now memorize that. It's Control Shift V. Okay. Removing old crate background tile. I don't think we use that anymore. In fact, I think I might have already removed it, because it's not coming up anywhere. It would... Okay, let's go to issue 41. Maybe I have something written down there more than the title. And of course I don't. It's a command, so it should, it would show up in the coordinators list of commands. Source coordinator. Oh, actually, it's source coordinator impl. Background. Create player temporary entity. Yeah, that's about it. I'm gonna say this was done. I don't know at what point. Apparently, I did this some time back and forgot to close this ticket. Now I'm gonna close it. I have a feeling that I'm going to quickly get to this, and there'll be no more issues marked refactor in GitHub. Remove obsolete components such as OX and OY from position components. 164. All right. I don't even know if there are any code references to this anymore, but it used to be we had these old positions. Yeah, okay, here we have some of them in tests. I can remove those, definitely, right? Clean up, deleting code. The best feeling when your work is to delete, to destroy, and actually it has no harm because it's dead code. It's like pruning the dead branches off a tree or something. We don't use these anymore because now there's a tagging system for tiles that so we know that they need to be re-rendered. We don't need to compare the old and current positions of something. And this is doing what? This is in the movement system to actually make the move, right? So that's not storage of data. Same thing here. Oh, why is there a one here? Oh, this is talk and giving the direction of a talk. Although here's one place I could refactor, right? These 4 lines of code are almost exactly the same. Map move to delta position, map direction key to delta position. That's the same thing, isn't it? I bet these go to the same logic. Yep. So there's a point of refactoring we could make. You had one script that had some stuff being referenced from 12 scripts, neither of which actually used it for anything. Yeah, that happens. I'm pretty sure I have all whole functions and not maybe even classes here and there that I'm no longer using. The goal is to get rid of them. So I'm thinking back to when what I was thinking when I wrote that. I'm wondering if I also meant like in the game itself, because there are probably still tiles that have OX and OY, right? None of the new zones will have that though. It's like if I go here, none of these will have that. So I wonder if I just let them die naturally. I could put some code in that whenever a tile is changed that we strip out those components if they're in there. Maybe we'll do that and call it a day. So in the test let's do it in the executor. Yeah, let's do it in the executor. Make an executor test for this. Executor tests. Strip old position component field or attributes on change or on set. Modify? Modify? Hey there, pawn. Alright, so I need to actually have a position component. Do I have one? Okay, I have these ones associated with tests. This one's good, I think. A tile with a position. No, I like the other one I saw. Which one was it that I wanted to get? Like, I'm not seeing it now. Probably skipping right over it. These all have to do with the character. One of the one that had nothing to do with characters. Maybe I'm just imagining it. Okay, let's just make it. I'll call it, I don't know. A position. Something that has a position. And the position is going to have some old fields in it. OX 2, OI -4, and X 3, Y. And I don't want the colons at all, do I? I want these colons to be commas. Okay, that's the arrange. Act is going to be to publish a modify component. Like we have one of these. Make an ECS command to modify the component of type position of the whatever the entity is. To it doesn't really matter what I do. How about there was a delta. Yeah, delta. Let's change X to 4 or something. And then the this publishes it, so the executor takes this action and performs it. And so the expected side effect will be that I want these keys to be gone. So what was that? Components get entity component of type position of position. Expect that this is equal to this without the OX and OY, and then I need to change the X to 4. So X to 4, and then remove these two keys, right? There we go. Test is ready. Maybe a stretch to call this refactoring, because I'm not actually keeping the test framework the same. I'm actually adding a test. I'm refactoring the game's data in that I'm stripping out unused fields. Maybe a little bit of a stretch again. It's on that gray area between, in my mind, calling it a refactor and a redesign. Like, I've already redesigned it to not need these keys anymore, but they're kind of left over in the table. To strip them out is something we're now actively doing here. First link of the day. So what am I going to do after this one? I'm going to go into the Lua code and clean that up. That's what we're going to do next. This one I was going to close because it's already done, right? And did I close that? Hold on. Okay, it just didn't update. I did close it. Okay, and then 164. That's what we're working on now. All right. Okay, so run that. It's going to fail because it still has those old components in there. So modify component. So it's type position. I don't have one of those, so let's add it. Position. Right, so we get the delta, we get the component. Right, and can I just put nulls in there? Because what is delta? Okay, it's a constant. Okay, so no, I can't. Yeah, so let's do it here. If component... Actually, well, how expensive is it to just say component dot remove OX? What does that actually do? It'll call a race on the map. Tiles are going to move a lot. This could be pretty expensive. I think this is temporary until we get rid of it. And then we remove the code because it would be needless. So maybe I should mark this. To do remove this code once all traces of these fields have been eliminated from the production data. You know, another way to do this would be to just have a background thing go through and scrub it. Maybe that would be better. Yeah, let me do that. Let's not do this. I hate putting in code to take out stuff that's always in line. Yeah, okay. This is a bad idea. Let's take this out. I'll just say that it's been removed from tests, and then I'll make another ticket to make a scrubber. Because there's other uses I could have that for that scrubber. Sort of like a database migration tool, right? Okay. All references to these attributes are removed from the code. However, some of these remain the production data. A data scrubber or scrubbing tool will be written to remove those. Close and comment. So let's refer to 164 in a new ticket here. So see also ticket number 164. So this is data scrubbing tool to clean up production data. Okay. Write a tool that the GM can run to clean up production data. For example, old pause components that have OX and OY attributes to be removed. See also ticket 164. So this is this is an enhancement. This is a new tool. Either software with writer to you depends on perspective of what part of the system. From perspective of player, it's a refactor because behavior doesn't change. From perspective of the JSON blob, what gets fed into it, it's a rewrite. Not the removing dangling bits part, but the whole part of making those fields unused and then removing. Yeah, it does depend on perspective. I kind of go by like a feeling of what it feels like, whether it's a new feature, a redesign, or a refactor. But yeah, it's not. And hello, by the way. It's not cut and dry. What is a refactor? What is a bug fix? What is a new feature? That kind of thing. All right, we're just going to call it done. Okay, so I'm done with these. I don't think they have any other issue. Let's check. Do I have any issues that are marked refactor that are not done? Nope. All right, so that means I am moving on to Lua Game Systems. Let's do it. Close everything. Realm server, source, ECS scripts, attack. Okay, we'll begin at attack. Okay, this thing, I think we're going to find that we do this a lot. Let's search in Lua for create entity. Okay, not that often. So there are Oh, why do we do it this way? What is this? Oh, this is Iron Glove. Okay, we don't want to be looking at Iron Gloves. That's my prototype game. Okay, so there are exactly 3 places where we create entities. This is creating loot. This is creating a sword. That's creating a monster. So let's make a utility called create entity that does a little bit of this boilerplate for us. We'll have it do up to here, and we'll pass in as a Lua array or Lua table sequence the components. Actually, I could do it as tuples, right? Because it's always type followed by the component. Okay, but sometimes it's a JSON object, and sometimes it's copied from somewhere else. All right, so if I was to make a utility, where would I put it? Just make a utilities.lua. And let's take this and do it here. Okay, let's just call it function create entity. And it takes just an array, right? Components. Game is a global, so we don't have to pass that in. So it's always ECS feedback create entity, and the array is formed from the, well, hold on. I wanted to remove some of these object calls. Was I going to build an array incrementally or put it in a table? Oh, we could do a table. So local I was going to say components, but what's the difference between these two names? This I want to be like without the T equals and C equals. Hey there, Goon Pontoon. Long time no see. How am I? I'm doing all right. How are you doing? Working on refactoring today. If you haven't seen my game in a while, there's some new changes. So there's this new area that we're going to be playing around with tomorrow when I work on lighting. Am I working on lighting tomorrow, or is that going to be Monday? Or Wednesday of next week? Sometime soon I'll be working on lighting in the game so that it won't be so brightly lit in the sewers here. It'll be dark except for where there's near torches. And we have a little starter town here. We have a couple NPCs who wander around. This one heals you. This one gives you weapons. There's a combat system now. So you can go down in these sewers and fight these slimes. They fight back. If you run out of hit points, you die. You have to be resurrected. Not tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. You said on stream tomorrow, so you better do lighting tomorrow. Uh-oh. And tomorrow is for user interface graphics and sound. So what I was hoping to do tomorrow. Oh, there's Goon Pontoon in the sewers. Just popped in there. So you must have seen that you went through the old zone, which is being obsoleted. Now has this door, and it goes to the area between realms. And there's only one open door here that leads to the starter world. You don't have a weapon yet, so you can't fight them. But if you go up to the town and talk to this dude and ask him for a sword, he'll give you one. What you doing down in that sewer, man? So yeah, tomorrow I was going to probably work on adding sound effects and visual effects for combat, so that when you're fighting these slimes, that whenever you hit, there'd be some sound effect and some flash when you hit them, sort of giving you some audio visual feedback on the combat. Talk to what, dude? You got to go all the way out up these stairs, which leads here, and you got to go talk to this guard-looking guy behind the around the corner there. So his dialogue is, he's Bob the guard, And in the conversation state, you can ask him for a sword. He'll say, do you need a sword? And you can answer yes. If you have room, he'll give you one. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff. If you haven't been seen this in a while, I have recap videos that cover May and June, and soon I'll have the one for July. So that'd be like in another week. At the end of this week? Yeah, at the end of this week I'll make a July video to kind of catch people up on what's changed. Yeah, you got to stand next to him and hit T to talk to him. I can see if you're talking to him yep, you're talking to him because he's interacting with you. And then we can see if you picked up a sword, because it will show up in your inventory. No, you haven't picked one up yet. What if I refresh? Have you picked one up yet? Nope. You have to say sword and then yes. Nope. You still don't have one. Nope. Oh, you're asking for sword, but you haven't said yes yet. Oh, you have a sword. And it's a beautiful looking sword. Actually, I can buff the sword. Should I give it, let's make it a 2d6 instead of 1d8. There we go. It's a slightly buffed sword. So we'll call it a iron sword. We'll call it, Goon's sword. So don't drop that one. It's got a unique name now. You can't actually see the names of items yet, but soon. Sword obtained. Exactly. Okay. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just setting different numbers that are used later in damage calculations. So it's like 2 rolls of 1 to 6 plus 3. And actually, this durability is obsolete. I need to remove that. There's a half-second cooldown there. So if I change that number there, I could make it so you can attack faster. How did I buff it? Yeah. It's these keys that are within the item, which we're looking at just now, actually, in... Where was it? Give sword. That's attack cooldown. This used to be durability, but I need to remove that. This is damage base, so that's you do at least 3 points of damage. Damage number of rolls, damage die, so it's 1d8 plus 3. And there's actually I could have buffed this one too. This is the adjustment to the hit roll. So a sword being a larger weapon, we subtract 2 from your to hit roll. If it was a dagger, maybe we would add 2 or something instead of subtracting 2. This is loosely based on Dungeons and Dragons attack and damage rolls, just as a starting point. Attacking faster seems nice. Yes, it does. Yeah, so attack is the Q key. So if you're down in the sewers there, yep, you're fighting. You're clearing the sewers out. So they don't drop loot right now. You looks like you figured it out. If they manage to kill you, you should get a modal dialogue saying you're dead, and you can then respawn. And if you want to get healed, the character at in town, who looks like a priest, he will heal you if you ask for a heal. So yeah, and they will continuously respawn. So your work will never be done. You get to keep the sword. Yeah, there's no penalty for dying right now. So my thought was, I'll have monsters drop like some kind of loot in the future, and there'll be like a penalty to respawn. Maybe you lose 10% of your gold or something, which would tend to cap your gold at a certain point, right? Because unless you're very careful, if you start to amass a lot of wealth and then you die, you'd lose a lot. At least that was my thought. And you've just gotten healed. Look at that. All right, so I'm making a reusable utility here for creating new entities in the game so that it looks nicer. I needed a new name for this. This is components without the T and the C. So this would be like a components. How about we'll call it create list. Hey there, Gadam. I'm doing fine. How are you doing? I'm working on refactoring right now. So I think what I'm going to do is for what is it? Index and another name component in iPairs components do and create list I equals JSON object T equals bits. I haven't seen bits in a long time. Thank you, Gadam. That was very generous of you. Thank you for your support. Keep grinding. I'll keep doing that, Gadam. If you see the stream panels below, if you can see the stream panels, recently made an adjustment to what I focus on my stream like every day. So Mondays will be new game content. So I added this new zone on Monday. Tuesdays bug fixing. Wednesdays are new features and mechanics. So I worked on yesterday on adding some new tools for myself for like being able to paint at different depths, and when we're selecting tiles, we can edit which tile it is. So I can change this guy to look like a tiger if I want. Now he's a tiger. And Thursdays, which is today, is refactoring, and then tomorrow will be like sound effects, graphics, and user interface. So that gives you an idea. Like if you don't like to watch or listen to someone just fixing bugs, then you don't have to be here on Tuesday. But if you want to see more like only just game content focus, that's Mondays, that kind of thing. Keeping the directional attacking for now, yeah. There is a target reticle system though. Let me show you that. Local and then log in. Chickens. Right now, if you hit Q, a target reticle shows up, and you can actually use that. Oh my goodness. Get that. You don't need to shower me in bits, but thank you very much. Calendar edition. Well, thank you. Yeah, so if you target next to a monster, you will fight them. So instead of setting a direction, you can use the mouse. And I had this in mind that two things. If you have a ranged weapon, this is how you target at range. Right now it says you can't attack that target. But also I might have it where once you lock a target, when you hit attack, it just shows, maybe it would just show the target reticle locked, and then you just hit one key and you continuously attack. So you wouldn't have to keep setting a direction, that kind of thing. Is it the hottest day? Because wasn't it like, didn't they break records like a month ago? Yeah, so anyway, stuff like new mechanics for like targeting, that would be something I would do on Wednesday, for example. But yeah, we've been slowly adding bits and pieces to the game to make it actually a game. One of these days it'll be a real game. Okay, I have it in mind to break this into two pieces. So component 1, and then C equals component 2. Actually, let's change the name then. This would be components with types. This would be a component with type. Since that makes more sense, right? And then that just makes it into this formatted list, and then we can just say that is a JSON array create list. All right. So then the idea is I can take this and where we had create entity before, like for loot, I can simply say create entity and then have a list of lists. So this would be item, position, and then this stuff. And then tile, and this stuff. Out to there. Like that. And now that's a little bit easier to read. So let me try this out. Scripts, so let's first add utilities. Add, edit, and I'm going to paste in the utilities script. And then attack will update the attack script. Submit. Okay, I have a syntax error on line 24. Is it because of that comma, or is it another kind of syntax error? Oh, I think it's here. That's what it is. Attack. Edit. Submit. Okay, that was it. So let's try this out. He should be able to drop some loot. Oh, so it worked. So there's loot now. Now I have 22. This is another thing, Goon Pontoon and Gadam, that you might not have seen. So if you get monsters to drop loot, they don't in the real game yet, but in the test environment they do. They stack now in your inventory. I don't have stack splitting, but I do have stack combining. So, like, let's see how I would do this. I can't actually show it because every time I pick up gold, it's just going to fill this stack until it hits the max. Max stack is 100 right now. But I got help from viewers to figure out how to do the CSS for this, which was kind of fun. So this is not drawn the way this is. This is drawn in Phaser with sprites, and this is drawn purely in HTML. So this was kind of fun to do. It is a div to do, the background is the gold, but then the quantity is drawn on top with some CSS. Font size 75%, position absolute, and then we tweak the bottom and right. And I was playing around with the text shadow before, but it wasn't really working. So instead we were doing a border, a background with border radius, padding, and line height to make it just right. And that worked out pretty well. I don't know CSS very well, so I got a lot of help doing that. You're fixing the sword bug in the inventory. I don't remember which bug that was. There have probably been many of those such bugs. Yeah, I don't feel that comfortable yet with CSS, but I'm getting there. I'm getting better with Flexbox. I still have trouble with like alignment and backgrounds and stuff. The guy you asked for a weapon? In the real game, you mean? So, where'd he go? Where'd he go? What happened to him? Is he haunting? Oh, he's way up here. This guy, right? Solution to CSS is don't do web dev. Yeah, that's true. That's one solution. This guy, yeah. He's not attackable, so don't try to kill him. He's attached to dialog 14061. Oh, I meant to put a button here, go to dialog. So right now I have to look at the number and see, okay, it's 14061, so it's Bob the Guard. These are the things you can ask him. You can ask him about the sewers. You can ask him his name and job, guard, so you can say bye. Sword leads you to the sword state, where he will ask if you want a sword, yes or no. You might have room or you might not have room. Oh, so maybe last time it was bugs with that? Yeah. Sounds about right. Let's continue to reuse this create entity thing. So here's another instance, right? So it would be create entity item, and then this. Oh, this bit, I forgot about that. Yeah, so let's have it if there's another parameter, we'll include it as a CB. So that would be here. Actually, it needs to be outside. So let's do it this way. Okay, and then that has to be, okay, let's not delete that yet. Let's go up to utilities and say callback, and we'll say, that means I want to construct this first, right? So this is feedback equals that, and we'll just say that, comma, feedback, and we'll say if callback then feedback.cs equals feed callback. like that. Okay, let's try this. So back here, script, utilities, edit, paste, and then give sort is updated, right? So I can drop that code, and it's a bit easier to understand now. We're creating this entity, this item with these attributes, and here's the callback. Give sort, give sort, give sort. Give, there it is. Submit, and then I need to test getting a sword from the guy. Missed the tile component? Did I? Possible. Toulouse is very good at spotting things that I missed. Oh yeah, you're right, there's no tile. Okay, so I can look at the diff to get that back, right? I did, look at that, I missed that completely. Thank you, Toulouse. Tile. I see it there. Can I copy paste from here? I was having problems copy pasting from here before. No, it doesn't work. C's false, ID's 1, tile set. Alright, I think that's right. Well, we'll test it. Give Toulouse a point. Edit. Submit. Alright. I gotta go talk to the guy who gives out swords, who is Bob in this test world. Actually, in order to give me a sword, I have to not have a sword, so let's drop that one. Sword. Yes. Uh-oh. I didn't get a sword. It didn't work. Is it the tile set might be wrong? 65, 62? Oh yeah, it's 2363 in the test world, so 2363. So I'll probably have one in my inventory, I just can't see it. So let's go look at it. Actually, no, I don't have one. Interesting. So did it not even work? Sword, yes. It's like not even working at all. Okay, so what else did I screw up here? I'm gonna guess it's this callback because it's probably creating entities and I'm just not seeing it give it to me. RuneScape? What's that? Some clone of Omnia Regna? Exactly. Oh, the C equals, that's what this is now. That's the point of this refactoring, is this C equals T equals is now in one place in the Lua, where we're assembling the actual create list. The create list has like type and component, and the feedback has the type of the message and the components, and then this is the part that I guess is broken. I want it to be, if that is truthy, then set that to that. Maybe the problem is that I don't have a new index for JSON object in my wrapper. I thought it did that though. So this feedback is going to be a JSON wrapper in Lua. It's possible that that's just broken. Where's my JSON wrapper? Here it is. New index. I did have a new index. Yeah, so it should have just done that. Oh wait, it expects the value to be... Oh no, it's from a Lua value. So it should work. Did I see your other question? Let's see. You planning to make NPCs able to recognize more complex question sentences, or will you force certain questions eventually, like kind of like RuneScape? Well, the forcing certain questions is sort of the, like when you say sword, and he forces an answer. That's the forced response, right? You have to pick from a list. And I guess the answer to the first question is no. Not complex question sentences. It's going to be more like the keyword if you have to guess, and then if it's a multiple choice, it's here's the list, pick one. That's what I was planning for now. Because that's the style of dialogue that they had in the Ultima series, and I think it worked out really well. And doesn't need to be any more complicated than that. Just guessing keywords is probably good enough. I'm saying this over and over again to convince myself that I'm right. Do you need to return that create entity or something? It's supposed to take this, if there is a second argument here, it's supposed to take that and add it to the feedback before sending it there. But maybe I put it in the wrong spot. Yeah, oh no, it's not CS, it's CB. CB. It's one character, it's a B instead of an S. I bet you that was it. So, utilities. Let's try one more time. Please give me a sword, Bob. Yay, I have a sword. If I ask for another one, it says you don't have any room. Correct. Alright, so let's see if this sword is equally as deadly as the last. I'm not hitting him. I'm dead. Respawn. I think it was just my bad luck that I wasn't hitting. I'm missing a lot. Okay, I got him. 7 gold. Okay, let's see what other chat that I might have missed. It was fun watching me hunt it down until I fixed it. Yeah, I'm glad. So instead of the inside of the crate entity, still need to pass in JSON objects. What am I doing here? For this, yes, because I am these are key value. So it's converting of a Lua table into a JSON object, and the same thing here, Lua table into JSON object. But the values here are already, if they needed to be JSON, they're converted here. Otherwise, they don't have to be. They could be just strings or whatever. Are there critical hits? I put in something for that. I think I did if it's a natural roll. It's a 20-sided die, right? From Dungeons and Dragons. I think I did it if it's a natural 20, you always hit. Or was that? That's if you draw aggro. Here it is. Yeah, if you'd roll a natural 20, you hit, but I don't think I have critical damage. The other thing I forgot to do is a natural roll of 1 should be a critical miss, which always misses, and maybe does other amusing things. I haven't done that either. Let's put those in. I wanted to do those things, so a critical hit damage. And... Yep. I thought I hit that button. Sometimes you think you press a button and you didn't. Critical misses. Submit. All right. Yeah, so either have to roll a natural 20, or your roll has to be greater than the dexterity with, there's a fudge factor of 5 in there. I don't know why I put that there. It's just tweaking the numbers. There's stuff in there that I was tweaking to balance the numbers. I haven't refactored that yet. Haha, see what I did there? So that should be done. Give sort is updated, so there's only one more place we call this directly when we create NPCs. So here, let's convert that. Create entity. This doesn't need feedback, so it's a simpler one. It's NPC is this stuff. And then caps is NPC class caps. Position is this. Tile. So I can just copy the other brace next to it. Interact. It's an empty array. And remove that. And that's NPC spawning. Edit. Submit. So we gotta clear out this cavern to see if the new ones respawn at all. I'm dead. Killed me. Oh, okay, that guy, I know that guy just spawned there, so I think it's working. Die. I got some loot. Yay. I got 9 gold. That's what you get for dynamically typed language? That's true. I gotta be careful with my spelling mistakes, don't I? Shift plus select. Okay, I lost the thread of that conversation, Nui. I don't remember what the shift select was for. Sorry. Alright, this was done. Let's check that in as one. Not git. Alright, so it's slightly easier to read now what we're doing. The intent should be more clear with that. Oh, I forgot to check that one in? Shoot. Okay, that was 164. So not that it fixes the issue, but address part of issue 164. So 164 is this one. Remove OX and OY fields from unit tests. That is what that commit does. And then this is refactor or extract. Let's say refactoring, extract, create entity function in Lua scripts, game scripts. Too long. Lua scripts. All right. What's next? I'm basically just going at the top here and looking to see if there's something that I do a lot that I can just extract back out. The not equal to nil, you can just make it truthy, right? So I can just do that. What else? That 20 is a constant. We probably shouldn't. We should probably extract out a constants, right? New constants, Lua. And we'll say depth. This should mirror what we have in C++. Can DN never be 0? No, that's the number of damage rolls, so it can't be 0. I thought about that, and I'm like, will it work with 0? It's like 0 won't ever be 0. Yeah, you always roll at least one die for damage, right? Let's see. Depth. So I had like a constants header, didn't I? Did I put it in their includes? Where did I put it? Game const. Here it is. Okay, yeah, this was it. So I wanted to like replicate this in Lua. Did I just pull them all in there? Why not? What would be extra neat is if I had some tool to like build one of these files from the other, right? Right now I'll settle for just keeping them in sync manually. So the equivalent of that in Lua is to do 2 dashes. And the equivalent of const expr and all that is nothing. Ha ha ha. Absolutely nothing. And that's it. Well, actually, this goes too. Those are my constants. So I will use tile depth item here before I get too ahead of myself, let me take the constants and import and put them into the test game. Constants. Submit. All right, and then what else do we want to do here in attack? I should probably make drop loot its own function, shouldn't I? Hey there, Omnia Hate. How are you doing? I'm doing all right. There's also a local despawn time variable. The item despawn time? Yeah, that's later, I think, right? When we drop items. Something like that. Drinking a beer. I'm drinking a kombucha. Is that kind of like a... No, not really. I see that, Toulouse. You're right. Where do I use that? Oh, I use that here. Oh, yeah. That should be item despawn time, right? Sweet. I think I want to make this its own function, because we could drop loot other ways, right? Right, a loot table player... Why is the player entity used for? It's not even used. So I don't even need it. Position and time, right? Drop loot. I don't need to know the player. I probably had that for messages. I don't need that anymore. Romania. Isn't it Romania? Romania. You tell me if I'm saying it wrong. I guess you could also say Romania. But wouldn't that be Romainia or something like that? Romania? That doesn't sound right. Or do you mean, by AI, do you mean A? Romania? I don't know, I've always thought of it in my head as Romania, but I could be wrong. Let's make drop loot its own function. So, drop loot. So it's no longer local, it's function. And there's no equal. And that's all I need to do. Take this and put it into the game. Drop loot. Add. Edit. Paste. Wait a minute, like the salad. So it's Romania? Like romaine lettuce? Okay, I'll try to correct my pronunciation. How do you say pronunciation? Do you say pronunciation or pronunciation? Because it's pronounce, but then you say pronunciation. English is hard. Wikipedia is always right, isn't it? I think Goon Pontoon went and edited Wikipedia just now. 90% of the time. Does your Lua code integrate into the C++? Yes, it does. You want me to show you how that works? There is a class called script host, which is like the bridge. It looks like this. So here's where you pull in the API for Lua. And here, where is it? Here's where you create an instance of Lua's interpreter. And here's how you pull in all of Lua's standard libraries. And then here's how I integrate the Lua interpreter with the, there's two main Lua objects. There is the JSON wrapper, and then there's the game object. So that's what this one is. It creates a global game meta table and global variable so that you can call various global functions. Like this feedback is how the create entity works, is it's calling game feedback. So that with this Lua push C function and then adding it to a table, it lets us look it up from the game as if it was in a table and call it like it's a function, and it'll end up calling the C function, which grabs stuff off of the Lua stack, for example, the type and the payload, and then it calls the equivalent C function, which is this delegate, which goes back to the rest of the game to ask for something to be done in the game. So in this particular instance, it's asking for the game to create an entity with a certain list of components. So that's roughly how we integrate the Lua into C++. As I'm Junkie, and by the way, hello. I chose Lua because it's if you get the stack stuff out of the way, like if you just like ignore for a moment these magic stack numbers, otherwise it's pretty easy to integrate Lua, right? Like I showed you, creating a Lua interpreter. Where was that? That was in script host. It's just one line to create the interpreter, one more line to pull in the standard library. I did this funky thing with stopping and starting the garbage collector just to improve performance, because it's easy. And then linking in C functions to Lua is just a few lines. It's give it a name, push a function down, and then store it somewhere in a table, and you're done. And then just you have to know the funky API of checking to see that certain things on the Lua stack can be parsed as certain things, like that this is a game object, this is a string, and this can be interpreted as a Lua value, and then you have to return the number of things you're giving back to Lua, that kind of thing. That protocol, it's all documented in the Lua's manual, so not too hard. So I've done this a couple times now in different programs I've embedded. I usually just make a class. Usually I call it script host. It's hosting all the scripts, and it has a Lua interpreter and deals with it. And I have a simple API like load script and call to call a function in Lua. And then there's some extra ugly stuff you have to do here to catch exceptions, to get stack traces. So it's like you make a function that will help you build a stack trace, which looks like this, which calls traceback and all that stuff. And you put it on the stack somewhere, and then when you do the Lua protected call, you give the stack index of where you put the traceback function, and then if the result of pcall is not okay, then the top of the stack, if there is something there, it'll be the error message that you built in the traceback. So it'll be Lua traceback does it, or if you don't get anything, you can push it yourself. So yeah, this ugly stuff I just hide away inside the script host class. I never need to look at it unless I'm explaining how it works. You've been seeing it a lot lately. I was curious as to why it's shifting to HVP. Oh, what's the difference between H and HVP? I just use it as a way to signal that the header is not suitable for including from C. Because, for example, I'm using namespace and const expr. Those would not make sense in C. So HVP is really just reinforcing the fact that it's a C++ header. Now, something like Lua, it's .h because this is meant for C. There is no if def cpp or whatever it is. So it's not even safe to include directly from C++ without doing this extern C outside. Some people like to write headers that are versatile. It can be included from either C or C++. And the way they'll do that is they'll make it a .h, but instead inside of the .h they'll have like if def cpp do an extern C inside, which is probably the cleanest way to do it. I don't usually write C, so my headers are usually just CPP. If you wanted a C code to include a CPP header, you would have to port it because these don't make sense in C, right? So you'd have to remove the const expr, remove the namespace. Maybe you make the namespace a prefix to the name or something like that. There's probably tools out there that'll do this too. That'll take a C++ header and make a C header equivalent. If you had class definitions in the header, it would be really ugly but doable. You can make a C header for a C++ class. It's just really, really gunky. You have to have basically a C wrapper, or what they call a thunk or whatever, to wrap the CPP class. Anyway, back to this, right? I removed the drop loot. It's going to call it directly. What else can I do to attack this attack script? I can do this part separately, all right? This is updating the aggro table. Let's make a function called getAggro. Yeah. Get aggro. Or apply aggro. Set aggro. It's actually modifying the NPC's aggro table, so what would it be called? Pull aggro? Pull aggro. And what do we need? We need NPC. We need player entity. And what else? NPC entity. I think that's it, right? So this is the body of pull aggro. So X that, and we'll make a new one called pull aggro. Function pull aggro NPC entity player entity. Right? And then paste the code in there. Has anyone ever told me that I have a soothing voice? A couple people have. And thank you very much. I take that as a compliment. You used to know this, it makes you sad that you've forgotten so much C++. Well, don't be sad about it. It's like anything. You stop using it for a while and you start forgetting things. Happens to me all the time. I've had to relearn JavaScript like twice now. Hopefully, I won't have to relearn it again now that I've been using it for the last 6 months. I have a voice, yes, some people find it soothing. Other people maybe not so much. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Okay, let's see if I'm using any variables that I'm not pulling in. This stuff I should refactor and kind of like how I did create entity. I can make a wrapper for modify component. But let's just do this at first, right? Okay, so pull aggro is a new game script. Pull aggro, add, edit, paste, and then attack, edit, paste. So let's see if I messed anything up. It would be if I can't attack anyone anymore. No, it still works. And I pulled aggro because he's hitting me. It's a fight to the death. Oh, and I died. I'm dead. Respawn. Haha, I live again. You don't. He didn't drop any loot. I want to make sure that the loot drop. Oh, no, it still works. I got 3 gold. Yes. Together with some music, my voice is a great background noise. Yeah, sometimes people ask me, why don't I play music? The answer is just like for Adam, I believe if you want music, then you have your own music. Just put it on in the background for yourself, right? Another pronunciation question. Sure. I am horrible at pronunciation. Just wish you had some C++ work to do. You can always make some work up. Pragma once or if and def. Okay, I missed some chat. The CPP processor will include them in the exact same way. Yeah. It's all the compiler that's going to take the resulting output of the preprocessor. They updated emoji search? Really? So is it like more the same between mobile and desktop? Because I find that a little bit frustrating that it's slightly different API or different user experience. Pool. Oh, do you say pull like pool or hull? I say it like hull. Pull. Actually, no, I guess it's neither. I say pull. Pull and hull are different than pool. Pull. My accent is probably Californian, right? So I guess pull and hull sound different to you. Paul. No, they're all different. These are all different. Paul, pull, hull. They're all different to me. What would be like pull? I can't think of another word like that's pronounced like pull. Full. Like full. Full and pull sound similar to me. Null. Now null is like hull. Null is like hull. Full is like pull to me. But null is not pull. If that makes any sense. Alright, more work here. This is the roll to hit. I don't see, I can't, nothing comes to mind that I could refactor right away here. Now, why did I do that? Oh, because we need to grab stuff from the capture to send to drop loot. Yes. The position, sorry, the position we're combining with the NPC's loot and the time, which was from the capture. Okay, that makes sense. I think the next thing I want to do is make helpers for and utilities for destroy and modify and all that. Destroy is easy. We'll just do that right now. In Dutch, it's what? They would be the same to me. If SQL, then null is not null. Oh, that reminds me of something I saw last night, and I had to remind myself about this. It's not in Lua, it's in JS. I was looking at one of these and wondering why I was doing it that way. Yeah, this. I was asking myself, like, why the heck did I do that? You know what the answer is? If it's undefined, undefined equals null. And I wanted to say, well, if it's undefined, then make it null. But this just looks weird to me. It's like, this looks like a no-op, right? If it's null, set it to null. Did you guys know that? Undefined equals null. So if you want it to be, if you want to make sure it's null, you need to like actually set it to null, because it might be undefined. All right, back here, I'm going to pull that out and make this function destroy entity. Game feedback ECS destroy entity. There we go. So destroy entity, NPC entity. Easy peasy. Let's look for other places where I do destroy entity. In fact, this exact string. Actually, no, it's within Lua, so it's safe enough to do that, right? Within Lua. Yeah, JavaScript is weird. Well, all languages have their weird parts. C++ is weird too, you know? Destroy entity, item entity. And the item despawning. We're cleaning up the Luas. Really only did it in 2 places? Okay, well, I guess we'll do modify component next. So this is a delta, right? So there are two different kinds of modifies I want to cover. So this is, what are we going to call it? Modify component delta. And what do we, I don't know what we need yet. So let's just paste it and see what I need. I need to know the entity. And I need to know the delta. And we'll do the JSON object part, I think. We'll just take in the delta here as a table. Oh, we need to know the type too. Type? Well, component type specifically. All right, and then that goes here. NPC entity, NPC, and the delta is HP equals HP. And that looks weird. It's because this actually has to be a key value. Key in the Lua table, and then we're going to make a JSON object out of it, and then that's the variable happens to also be named HP up here. And then looks like we're doing it again. Modify component delta, NPC entity tile. This. Right, that is to what? Reduce, this is to update the enemy's health bar. Yeah. Let's look for modify component. Yeah, that's the other weird thing about that, right? Is that Already lost it. It's double equal, not triple equal. So if you want to catch both undefined and null, use double equal. It just looks really weird to me because I'm used to double equal being a lot stronger than it is in JavaScript. Okay, we're going to use this a lot, so this will be nice. So modify component delta player entity player attack cooldown. You could do that for that check, make it if it's undefined, set it to null. That'd be better then? This isn't even my code. Oh no, it is. It's just old code. What is this? Oh, this is service worker junk. That's it was made for me. Places like this, though, I do want to do equal equal null because it could be undefined or null for these early returns. But yeah, this, well, no, that's also could be undefined. But yeah, you're saying I could do here. And then it will be easier to understand, right? Let's just do that. Because we can. Right, so some of these places, it could be that it's undefined. Yeah, all of these places. But it's where I'm explicitly setting it to null. Yeah, like right there. Undefined or null, set it to 0. Bit more readable, yeah. I'll go with that. Let's go ahead and check that in. It's a stealth refactoring. We were doing Lua, now we switched to JavaScript for a little bit. So refactoring. Use undefined instead of null. This is slightly easier to read, slightly easier to understand. Making a opinionated claim there. Hey there, JD. I'm having an okay day. It's a little bit hot, but I think it's hot for a lot of people. But I'm okay otherwise. How are you doing? Okay, enough of this JS stuff. Back to Lua. Right, I was looking at modify component. And actually I need to be careful because it only works with the ones that are deltas. Let me review this so far. Right, that's remove the drop, loot, destroy. Okay, those are both D equals, so they're deltas, so we're fine there. This one, D, destroy. Okay, we're good so far. All right. Some of these modified components don't do a delta, they do a complete rewrite, I think. Actually, all of these are deltas. But you can, there's a version of modify component where instead of taking a delta, it takes the entire component. And none of these use that. Okay. All right. Drop aggro. Well, that's convenient. So now I have both a pull and a drop aggro. Huh. Cool. Modify component delta, npc entity, npc. Aggro equals new aggro table. Done. No more 90-degree Fahrenheit temps. Now it's 100 plus Fahrenheit temps for some people. Perhaps add a function something like is undefined or null, but then it's more characters. Everyone's got to have a little bit of weird JavaScript in their lives, right? There's no need to check if those ones are null, just undefined. Well, it's just saying that instead of doing equal equal null, you can give it a name, is undefined or null, because that's what you mean in JS when you say equals equals null. Yeah, the ones that I left are all like if it's null or undefined, then put something else in place. Yeah. All right. I guess this one's next. Delta. Player. Items is items. There are a lot of race conditions here, though, because this modify component delta is just requesting that something be done. It doesn't actually happen in place, though. So there can be races. I'm going to need to go through, rethink the design and make sure I get rid of all those races. All right, more. Modify component delta. Entity, player, HP. So this is setting our max health because we're in heal, right? Yep, this is heal. Entity, NPC. Right, because it's either a player or a non-player character. Oh, right. We're first seeing if there's a player, if that entity is a player. If they're not a player, then see if they're an NPC. If not, then return early. If so, then we are removing their health bar. Yep. Tile. This. A lot easier to understand, I think. Heal, yes. Hey there, playing with skizzers. How are you doing, sir? Doctor. Yeah, yeah. There is a doctor type NPC in here now. Where is he? He's probably wandering around. Here he is. This guy is attached to this. Oh, how come I can't go back? Well, that's weird. I must have modified it by accident. Anyway, he's Pat the healer. If you ask him to heal you, and you say yes, he will do the heal script on you. Debit request. When I say DR, I think delta R or delta radius or something. Or drive. Anyway, it's a good thing I'm refactoring this because it's hiding away all these ugly key names, isn't it? Player, entity, player. Hit points is hit points. Player, entity, tile. Remove the... Actually, this is NPC retaliation, so this is where you actually get damaged. So I'll probably want to refactor that again to say, like, set health bar or something. One step at a time, though. NPC entity, NPC. This is, yeah, pull aggro. Set the new aggro table. Else do a similar thing with the player entity as the new aggro. Actually, why can't I just... Oh, because this is conditional. I'm like, why can't I just set new aggro to be that and then pull this outside? It's because it's conditional. Because there might not be a player nearby, right? If the player is not nearby, they won't pull aggro. Is that how it goes? Oh no, it's if the player doesn't already have aggro, then add them. If they already have aggro, you don't add them again. All right. Yes. Can I shorten this by reversing that logic and then doing that and then doing a return? That'd be easier to read. Let's see. So if not, then that, return, end, and then unindent that. Is that easier to read? Is that any easier to read? I actually think that's harder to read. This makes it clear that there are two different behaviors. If you already have an aggro table, do this. If you don't, just make a new one, right? Your tab went blank. How did your tab go blank? Oh, there was a bug that I fixed. Maybe that's it. If you happen to be like in here and you hit a key here to change the name of the tab, it would go black, and I fixed that. I haven't deployed it yet though. So was it that, or was it something else? If it's something else, then try it with the dev tools and see if you get something in the console. Could be that you found a bug I haven't run into yet. Just timed out. If it times out, it should log you out and say you're timed out from inactivity, though. It shouldn't go black. Okay, I'm down to like 3 more. Delta. Yeah, it should go back to the login screen. If you might have hit a bug, I would be happy to know what it is. I can add it to my bug list and fix it on Tuesday. What is it that I would gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today? That's what that reminds me of. I would gladly fix your bug on Tuesday for a bug report today. Oh, didn't I find that I didn't need to do that nil thing? You like that, Raleigh Monkey? You appreciate that Popeye reference? Oops. Yeah. Oops, yeah, so Goon Pontoon found a bug. See if we can reproduce it. Modify. What's the difference between... Oh, it's either removing the health bar or... I think I can just set that to nil. I think I do that somewhere else, right? Let me find that. Let's clean this up before I do that, though. Okay, find that. No, it was in heal, right? Where we removed the... Okay, I did have to do JSON nil. Okay, never mind. JSON nil it is. I don't know why I had to do that, but oops. There we go. You had a friend over your place briefly yesterday. You wanted to show off my game for whatever reason, couldn't remember your password, and that 1 minute window you had available for the demo, the game. Oh well. You could have created a new account though. Don't give him an axe. An axe? Oh, you want an axe so you can chop all the trees down. Well, the trees might fight back, you know. I might have it so that if you attack one of these here trees, it attacks you back and one-shots you. You wouldn't want that. Maybe it would create a tombstone where you died. And the tombstone would read, "Do not attack trees with axes. This will happen to you." All right. Are we done with modify component? I think we are. I just need to take all these ones that I modified and update them. Oh, this is going to be a pain. You know what I could use is a mass import tool into here. Okay, let's get attack. Then combat. Then drop aggro. And then drop loot. No, that's... U is untracked. That's a new one. Give. Give. Where are you? Here you are. Heal. It'd help if I had these sorted, wouldn't it? Item despawn. NPC retaliation. Pull aggro. Regen. Utilities. Actually, I think I already got utilities, so we'll just make sure. Maybe I didn't. Okay. So I need to go test everything now. I swing and I miss. Oh, I killed one. Killed another one. Those slimes are a pushover. Hit me. I want to test my own health bar. Okay, cool. I want him to regen up to test the regen script. We'll kill another one. Get some loots. Alright, got some fat loots. He's still regenerating. Perhaps a slightly easy change would be to order the scripts by name instead of ID. I think I had that on my list of things I can make these sortable. I just didn't get to it because I figured, oh, if I can't find it, I'll just type it into the filter. Find it within 3 keystrokes, right? Like this and this old one, right? Actually, can I get rid of these now? Why did I keep this around? I don't really need this. I can get rid of this. Remove. There's another old one, right? Old sword spawner trigger. Let's remove it. Some cleanup there. Yeah, I should make these sortable. And I probably didn't write a bug for it. Sort. I forgot to do that one too? Jeez, I still haven't done that. Ooh. We need to have like a legal Saturdays or something. Saturdays for legal stuff. Ability to sort scripts by name or ID. Alright. Yeah. But I have the sorting stuff in JavaScript. It's not that hard to add. Just click on it and yeah, have the default be sort by name. Yeah. I think I did it like by AD because if you add a new one, it would just pop it somewhere in the middle and you lose what it was. But right now, if it's by ID, it's always at the end. So if I add something, it's always at the end there. You see that? And yeah, you can have duplicate names too. No, the name is just for identification and all that. Anyway, yeah. I'm over explaining stuff again. I should stop and move on. Are we going back to attack? I think everything is working, right? Because the one that was damaged is now fully healed again. Oh, I should get killed and see if the heal script works for me. I'm being whittled away by that orc. I'm dead. Respawn. Okay, it works. Back to attack. Anything else I can chew away? Actually, it almost fits on my screen now. I think I was talking about making this its own thing called heal health bar. Update health bar. Why would I need to set HP max though? Oh, in case it wasn't set before, because this does an or 8. That's why. Oh, the vertical bridge might have been a test thingy that I forgot to remove. Let me go look. Oh yeah, that was just for show. You can't move over it because to move over these ones I had to hack the water. It's actually not water, it's a special tile 9, which is an alternate water, a steppable water. And this doesn't even show water because of another bug I fixed on Tuesday. I should just deploy this stuff now to fix it. But yeah, the water under these bridges is not actually water. They have the same access as ground, and that's working around another bug. So there actually shouldn't be a bridge here. No more bridge. You're supposed to go over these and then back around. This is supposed to be the tutorial area. And I have this to sort of force you into combat with these. And they don't attack you on sight yet, but I'll probably make it so that they do. And there'll be probably something else down here that you have to face that will be on land that doesn't move out of this area. Something like that. So I didn't want an easy way out here. By the way, did you see the other bug in my graphics? I have 2 wells. I have a well there, and I have a well there. I haven't fixed that yet. You think combining the setting of HP for the entity and the hit bar into 1 might be a good... Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Because it applies to both players and characters, right? So... if I just look for that within Lua, I'll probably see it. That's removing the health bar. That's iterating over them. So there's the other one, NPC retaliation and attack, right? Same code. Only difference is that it's an NPC or a player. Yeah, so let's do that next. So that'll be a utility. Function. What are we calling it? Update health bar? Or update health? Character health? Entity. Character. Hit points and hit point max. And then we can also put in where it removes the health bar, right? So... if HP is HP max, then else this. End. And then this is character. This is a character type. And this is entity. Alright, and then where I set it to null. This one. Yeah, 2 different images in the same ping. Update character health. Yeah, update character health. NPC entity, NPC, HP max. Hold on. Okay, so the structure of this changes a bit. I essentially don't need this anymore, right? I can just do this. And then over here it's the same, but it's NPC. And then I don't need this. because that's what this does now. And here we go. Player, entity, player, HP max. And then here again, this is regen. Nice. Took a good chunk out of that. I'm going to give you a point for that, too. Toulouse again. Oh, what's happening with my chair? Little fuzzies. That's my camera. Filters. Chroma key. Less aggressive. There we go. A little adjustment. The lighting is always different every day. Okay, so I forget which ones I modified. Definitely utilities. I should just check this stuff in, shouldn't I? I shouldn't just keep modifying stuff. It's gonna be all the ones that change health, so that would be attack. Heal. NBC retaliation. And regen. Okay, let's test it. I'm gonna check it in before I forget again. Let you regen. I'll let him attack me. Okay, no, I killed him. Oh, that's interesting. Do you see what happened there? Between him dying, on his dying breath, he hit me for 4 damage. You know what he should do if he's dying? It should say, the monster hits you for 4 damage. Instead, it should say, the monster says, with my last breath, I spit at thee. Right? You are hit by the monster's last dying breath for 4 damage. Respawn. Okay, I think it's working. Search for update character health. Oh, yeah, that would have been smart. That would have been smart, Toulouse. Update character health. Yeah, those are the ones. Let's just check this in. Alright, I extracted a lot of methods here. I did a lot, actually. Okay, we're just going to check it all in and then list the things we did. Refactoring of Lua game scripts. Extract method drop loot. Extract. Well, it's not a method, it's a function. Pull aggro. And then within utilities, function destroy. Oops. Okay, what did that just do? I hit Control Z too many times. Holy crap. Did I just lose all my all the work that I just did? No. Did it commit it by accident? Yes, it did. Okay. Whew. I'm like, did I just lose all my work? No. That was a bit scary. It was utilities I was looking at. Modify component delta. And update character health. I know Toulouse has been really helping out a lot, catching all my mistakes. It feels almost like pair programming. I really appreciate all the work, Toulouse, and don't feel obligated to help me out that much. But you're awesome. I have some stuff in my test environment. That's true. I could have just copied it from there back into the source. Yeah. I always have some kind of safety net. At least I try to. Well, I subscribe to his other channel. Does that count? That's basically it, right? Just want to get that committed. Sounds like I'm committing it to a mental institution, don't I? Get it all committed. Okay, so what does attack look like? It's actually not looking bad now. I can actually understand it by sight. Except for this stuff, which I can put into another function like compute damage, stuff like that. Maybe I'll do that. Let's just make a local function. Local roll damage. This function of base, number, and roll, end. So that's this. Return damage. Local damage is the base. Actually, that's already a local. Well, no. Let's give them actual names. Base. Num rolls. And die. As in, like, dice. Or die sides. Oh, I also need armor. That was damage reduction. Am I actually using that? I am using that. I forgot. I didn't know I was using that. Alright, fine. So that's really damage reduction. Yep, now it's actually readable. The minimum 1 damage. Roll damage. So this local damage is roll damage. Base, number of rolls, number of sides, and then armor. There we go. Oh yeah, there's that coincidence. Chelmega was going to Romania. No, you were going to Bulgaria. Does Romania hate? But then Chelmega is going to Bulgaria, not Romania, right? Going to Bulgaria, but you're still in Belgium. Is it hotter in Bulgaria or Belgium? Not cool, that's true. I'm blessed with 78 Fahrenheit right now. Roll damage, you swing and you hit for that much damage. You might kill them. If so, they drop loot. I don't think I can trim this any more down, unless I do something with this. But this is really just grandfathering in old weapons and NPCs, right? If a weapon doesn't have any damage statistics, it's 1d8 plus 1. If the NPC doesn't have any attributes, then they have 8 hit points and 15 dexterity and no armor reduction. We pull aggro immediately on attack. Yeah, okay, I think this is as slim as I can make it. So this is attack. Refactoring of attack Lua script. Extract function roll damage. I could do the roll to hit also. I'm not going to. Let's just move on. Combat. What can I do here? This is quite big. We should be able to do something with this. Well, right away I can see that if the type is not attack, then we just do nothing, so return. And then, let's format this. I didn't want to format it. I guess I don't have a Lua formatter. What happens if I just remove all indentation and then do format? It doesn't want to format it. Oh well. I'll have to do it myself. So all of this gets unindented one level. We remove the end, and this all got funky. What happened here? Oh. Maybe it did format it. It's all screwed up now. Let me undo everything I did there. And redo. Okay, there. Oh wow, it's just messed up. Okay, let's just redo everything then. And then just fix it. Okay, so if it's not an attack, then return early. And then this should be indented like that. One more there. Okay, I see it right here. And then this. Okay, and these are all bad. Like that, and this one. Yeah, these nested functions, I need to rewrite this. I need to reorganize that so it's not so horrible. The indentation level is really bad. That's going to be my main focus right here. After I fix the indentation. And this is there, and that's there. Okay, so what happened here? Why is that end not matching? Why does it think that that doesn't match? Combat. Actually, I have to get into combat to test it. No, it's okay. Why is my editor confused? That's weird. What if I close it and open it again? It's confused by something. Hey there, Clayman. 115 and humid? My goodness. In South Carolina? Yeah, I wouldn't want to be in the South. Sorry, JD, but I don't want to be in the South right now. I'm sorry for anyone who has to put up with that. Hopefully you can find air conditioning. Just getting started, Jalmega. Yes, yes, Bulgaria. We know that now. Yes, okay. My editor is confused about this formatting somehow. Mismatched input end, expecting end of file. What is it? Let me see. No? That's just fine. Come on, editor. You can figure this out. I wonder if it's because of this thing. What if I remove that? No? Okay, anyway, I'm gonna ignore this red squiggly. Usually I pay attention to those, but I think it's mistaken. Let's work on this. What is this doing here? This is figuring out if we can attack or not, and if so, what is our weapon? So let's extract that as a method. Local attack check equals function of something, and it will be this. Okay, and it will in that function there'll be locals, but we're going to return can attack and weapon. You can do that in Lua, which is cool. So I can say local can attack comma weapon equals attack check. And then what do we need? We need the player entity. What else? I think that's it, right? Yep, just the player entity. If we can't attack, then we return. Actually, can I just move this back out? Where is it? Can attack. Okay, there's different reasons why we can't attack. We're either dead or we're not a player, right? If we can attack, then we may not have a weapon. So if we don't have a weapon, then you have no weapon in return. Okay, that makes sense to me. Air conditioners warm the planet too? Do they? Or is that just some kinds of air conditioners? What about a natural air conditioner, i.e. water-soaked bandana wrapped around the forehead? That's what I used to do when there's if nothing else. Just keep your head cool. I guess it doesn't work so well when it's humid, though. Well, isn't the EU moving towards sustainable energy? Like, aren't they leading the world in that? So soon it won't be so much gas and coal-fired plants? Okay, this is a monster. I need to reduce this down. Should I do it from the inside out? Let's see what I can do. I can just say that this is really finding the player, the position, and the NPC, right? And this is finding a target. What if I do the target finding first? Given a position in the game, find an NPC that's attackable, right? Let's do that part. So, some of this. Local, find target. So we need to have an X, a Y, and a Z. Or Z. Right? Given that, we're looping through all the entities at the game in that position, and we're looking if... Okay, so maybe this type is what we're looking for, right? I mean, maybe I should parameterize the type. Otherwise, I can do find... How about we just call it find attackable NPC? Then we can hardcode NPC and attackable. Oh, you could find a target that's not attackable. And then you'll want to return early. So we'll do find NPC. We'll have it return the NPC and whether or not they're attackable. Sounds good to me. So we would just reduce this to be return entity and then whether or not they're attackable. So to make this a little bit easier to understand, it would be we're returning two things, the entity, and then figure out what they're attackable. So actually, let's make a local for this to make it easier to read. Attackable is they either have no attackable attribute, or if they do, the attribute's true. Return entity attackable. And then just do that part of it. So then I'll say local entity, I guess, at this point, right? Yeah, entity attackable equals find NPC x, y, position z. And then if... Okay, what if it doesn't get there? Oh, and I can't return there, can I? So I have to put it out here. Yeah, local found is false. Local attackable is false. And then just say set that to true. Oh, I need to have the... Okay, let's just turn this into entity. Well, no, I can't. Well, no, we'll make that NPC entity. Nil. Here we'll say NPC entity is entity. And because this loops, we'll say if NPC entity, then return end. So only the first one will it find. And then out here I do return NPC entity attackable. Did I do that right? So loop through all entities at that position. If we've found one, then skip it. And I'll probably want to enhance this function so that it stops the loop if, like, maybe this function returns something. Right now it doesn't. It's going to go through all entities. So if we've already found one, then don't do anything. For the entity, if we haven't found a target yet, look up its NPC component. If it has one, then we found it. Figure out if it's attackable. That will... Okay, that looks right to me. I'm missing chat. We're talking about... What are we talking about in chat? Talking about AC cooling actually warming the planet because of the climate change effects that it has? See, nuclear plants have two problems, right? An accident can be very catastrophic, and even if there's no accident, the waste is something I gotta deal with. You could put it somewhere, but no one wants waste in their backyard, and it has a secondary catastrophic failure case where it leaks, right? I didn't know about uranium being expensive to get. It's controversial. Obviously, it's dangerous. You know what I would like to see is well, in the fantastic far future, we just wrap our sun with a sphere of solar collectors. Collect all that energy, all the energy from the sun. I guess we'd want to put it outside our orbit so that it's not dark anymore, but imagine if we had that, right? Uranium's scarce, only found in limited places. I see. All right, find NPC. I want to use that down here. If entity, then... Actually, can I just skip it if no entity? Yeah. In fact, I can do this and exit. No, this is inside of a loop, isn't it? It's not, but we could return early. So I could just do it this way. If not entity, then nothing there to attack and then return. That means we have found an entity if we get down to here. So we go all the way down to here. And do, well, this much at this level and just drop the rest. And then this is reduced to if attackable. Then we check the cooldown. If it's not cooldown, we attack and we put our weapon on cooldown. Or the player is essentially put on cooldown right now. I can turn this around then. If not attackable, then do this and return end. Oh, thanks for the follow. I can chain these together too, right? I can say else if not attackable. So these are the conditions that we might not be able to do any attack. And then same thing here too, right? else if if it's not nil and it's greater than the current time, then do that. So there are three cases where even if we found... No, there are three cases. There's either nothing to attack, you can't attack it, or you can't attack it yet. All of them return early and say something to you. Otherwise, okay, so that's actually a lot better than it was. I like it. Only one person died because of the accident? Yeah, that's right. I remember that. It had nothing to do with radiation. It was something else, right? I forget. But yeah, a lot of side effects from that. That sucked. It's all a matter of risk, Omega, right? Different types of risk. Combat. Edit. Submit. Let's see if combat is broken. It's broken. Probably get an error message. Yes. Attempted to index a nil value in poll aggro, really? NPC, okay. And function attack on line 11. So the fourth argument to attack from combat. NPC. Oh, we didn't get the component back out. Let's get the component back out. So we'll do NPC entity, NPC, and if it's attackable. And then find NPC has to get me that. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll say local NPC is nil. And here we'll call it component. And we'll say NPC is component. There we go. So that's the new combat system. Clear the errors and try again. Okay, working again. Hey, I got loot. 2 gold. Yes. I want more gold. More gold. 10 gold. Wow. 59 gold. What I heard about Chernobyl is like it was just a comedy of errors. There were like multiple errors that it's like if there weren't so many errors all at the same time, it wouldn't have been either wouldn't have happened at all or wouldn't have been so bad. Yes, that's right. Yeah, that was one of the flaws, right? They put the generators under sea level, and they were counting on the water not getting in. Well, water got in. Oh, the design was bad too? I thought it was just mostly operator error. Good to know. All right, combat. Are we... Oh, I should check this in. Or am I done with the NPC? So there's an attack check, find NPC, combat. I could maybe reduce this a bit down. I could rewrite this. We can say like with player. Yeah, let's I have an idea for a function that could be generic. Let's try this actually. Yeah, let's prototype it here. So it would be something like this: with components, and it would take an entity in component types. And it's going to be recursive, basically. So if the number of component types is 1, then else. And so if it's not 1, then we'll do with components. And this is to have visitor pattern with components, entity, and then actually either way it's going to be a game. It's going to be this way, right? And this will be a component. And the outer one needs the top type. So component types 1 entity. If there was only 1, then we're going to call the visitor directly. And we'll, oh, hold on. Will this work? It works if I tunnel in the other components. No, not there. Well, no, yes, there. That's the other components, and then I want to add to it and pass it along. So this would be visitor components. And then this would, and has to, oh no, before we do that, we have to add on the component. So components, length of components plus 1 equals component. And then it needs to be initialized. Right, so out the outer one, if not components, then components equals empty end. That's the initial condition. And then this is the recursive call. So I'm going to want to take the component types and strip the first one off. Actually, I guess we can do it from back to front. So we can do it here. Local last component type is component types length of component types. And component types length of component types is nil. Then that's the last component type, and then we can pass this in there. Components. There. What program do you use to make the game run? There are 2 programs. There is the front end and the back end. So the front end runs in your browser. And so everyone who plays the game will have their own copy of this app running in their own browser. That's running in JavaScript. And then the game itself on the server is written in C++, and it's running on an Amazon Web Services EC2 instance, like a virtual machine, running in Amazon's cloud. So that's the what I call the Realm server, and it has various components in it that you might see me talk about from time to time. But the component I'm working on today is there's a bridge inside of that program to host Lua scripts. And so I can load these scripts in that I'm working on here. And the server program will interpret those scripts using Lua and run them whenever certain things happen. Like this particular game system is when the attack event happens in the game. So thanks for the follow. I can go into more detail about it. And oh, hey there, a nameless Roni. I can go more into detail about it if you have specific questions, like different parts of the game's program. But yeah, this specific one is called whenever a game event happens. It will go through. It actually goes through two places first. So in the game's where is it? Coordinator. There's an invoke systems. It actually might be in this one. Yeah, so this is the worker thread of the games coordinator. And one of the things it does is if it says if this server is the leader of the cluster, it's going to on a regular basis invoke the game systems to do an update, and it's going to pass the current time. This way, it picks up the time from the timekeeper, right? So it goes into the entity component system to invoke, and other events like attacks and entering and leaving dialogues also go filter in this way. So first we run all the game systems that are hard-coded in C++, and then we'll tell the script host to have its turn. The script host is going to look up a Lua function called systems and then call it. So then that leads us to the systems, which is basically just going to loop through all the things in the system functions array and then call them, right? And one of those happens to be the combat system, and that's leads us to where we are here. So any kind of thing that happens in the game can be handled by any game system, whether it's C++ or Lua, and if it happens to be Lua, it kind of looks like this. The event comes in, it'll have a type, and we know the game time, and we can do whatever we want. So the combat system only reacts to attack events, and the event, if it's an attack, will have additional information like the player, like which player is doing the attack, and also which direction they're attacking. So given the player and the attack direction, we compute, we look up the player's position in the game, and we add a delta to that depending on if they're attacking up, down, left, or right, and we do a find if there's an NPC there. If there is, then we attack them, and we cool down apply a cooldown to the weapon, right? So I hope that makes sense. There's a lot of moving parts here. Yeah, we would be here a while if you asked everything you wanted to know about it. You can look at my notes if you if you're okay reading a little bit. I don't have a lot of diagrams, but there is one that's sort of an orientation note. If you go to my notes, realm server architecture. So coordinator is the one I was showing you earlier that is involved. I didn't pin it, so I need to find it again. This invoke systems is done in the worker thread of this component in the game. And it's basically passing messages between clients, which goes through WebSockets here, and the entity component system down here in the corner. The coordinator doesn't actually make changes to the entity component system. That's what the executor does. The coordinator will turn like a request to do something like attack into a command to the game's journal, and this is so that we can replicate game changes across an entire cluster of servers. And then once it gets replicated, the executor says, okay, everyone has this command, let's execute it. And the execution is in the form of changing the entity component system. And the invoke systems, actually I don't have that drawn correctly. This shows feedback going up, but actually there should be a line from coordinator back down to ECS called invocation. You can invoke the entity component system from the coordinator, but the coordinator is not allowed to make changes, only the executor can. So what happens is you invoke a system and the ECS system say, okay, well I would like to reduce the hit points of the player by 1. That comes back as feedback to the coordinator to append an ECS change to the journal, which the executor then executes, and there's sort of a feedback loop that way. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Is it turn-based? No, it's cooldown-based. So movement and attacks are all cooldown-based. For example, here we modify the player's component. There's an ACD field, attack cooldown. So we take the current time, we add a fixed amount based on the weapon. So like if you have a sword that has a cooldown of 1/2 second, it'll set your cooldown to be a 1/2 second from now, so that if you try to attack again and it hasn't been a 1/2 second yet, you'll get this, you can't attack that yet. You can't attack again yet. And the same thing with movement, and both players and NPCs are governed by these cooldowns. So, and here the player's movement is actually in C++ here. There will be there's a cooldown in here somewhere. Right, this cooldown. and there's a check if we have reached the cooldown or not. Here it is. If the game time hasn't reached the cooldown, then we skip this component for consideration of applying movement. So if you get past this, that means you can move again. And it'll say, well, are you asking to move? If not, then we skip it. If you are asking to move, we'll take your movement, convert it into a delta. And this is kind of similar to that attack stuff here. It takes a direction, computes a delta, adds it to your current position, checks to see if you can move that direction. And if you can, again, the feedback, it's feeding back to the coordinator saying, hey, go add this command to the game to do a move. And the move is to modify the position component of your player to set the new X and Y coordinates. It's the same thing for anything in the game that has a position in the world. It's a position component. I should go over this since I haven't in a while. So things in the game, like Bob, have multiple components. The most prominent are its position in the world and its tile. The tile is what to draw. If it has a nameplate, it'll have a name Bob. If it's a tile, there's a tile set and a tile ID, and that maps back to what we have picked here. So if I wanted Bob to look like a beggar, I would do that. And now Bob's the Bob the beggar. It's ID 9, right? I like Bob being a guard, so I'm going to put him back. So that's tile and position. Position is changed, of course, when he moves, right? So what makes him an NPC is that he has an NPC component, and it has attributes like, is he attackable? What's his movement cooldown? If you talk to him, does he have a dialogue? This invulnerable is obsolete. I can remove that. Let's do that. That's an old attribute. To do things like stop him from moving while you're talking to him, I have this interact array. So if my player went and talked to him, my entity will be added to his interact array, and then he'll stop moving. Caps is capabilities, so movement capability. If I take Bob and I move him onto the water, he can't move now unless I change his capability to move on over water. Now Bob can walk on water. See that? I take his movement capability away to walk on water. Now he's kind of stuck unless he decides to move north onto the bridge, which he eventually will. Let me give him a hand, though. Move him back onto land. Gonna hop out, Goon Pontoon. Oh, thanks for stopping by. Bob the God. Bob is the guard, not the god. Yeah, so everything is cooldown based, mostly because it's a multiplayer game. And so if you waited for everyone who's playing the game to make a turn or not, you'd have like turns getting skipped. There's turn synchronization problems, and I think it's just an easier design to make it cooldown based, kind of like other MMOs, right? But thanks. How do you say your name though? Gutted? I'm not sure if that's right because it only has one T. But hey, how are you doing? So yeah, today is a refactoring day. I'm going through this Lewis stuff and kind of trying to clean it up a bit. And I was just gonna look to see if there's anything else I can do here to clean it up. Okay, see ya, Jamega. We're at 2.5 hours. Oh, I was working on this thing, right, with components, because I want to make this more generic. So the idea here is that if you needed like the position, actually here's a perfect thing. We need the player's position and their own attributes. And doing this forces 4 levels of indentation, right? So I could do this in 1 level of indentation if I just made some function which can take an array of position and player and give us back an array with player and position variables. That's what this is doing, and it's recursive, where each level of recursion is going to pull off one component type, and then end up adding the component at the end there. And the visitor pattern is that you pass in a function, and that function visits the structure. So in the sense that it's going to visit the components once we've gathered it in a list. So I hope this is going to work. I should be able to take this now and say with components. And what does it need? Entity, component type. So entity is player entity. Component types is position and player. Visitor is the function. Actually, let's put the visitor... Can I put the visitor at the end? No, because this is intended to be nil on entry. So it's just the function. The inner function. Components. So that's this innermost one. So that's rewritten to be that. So now it's 2 levels of indentation instead of 4. And I can't get pause and player directly. Now they're available in components. You know what I'd like to do instead of making this a sequence is to use the name actually. So that would be last component type. And then it would be a table, like a keyed table. So then it would be local pause equals components pause. Local player equals components player. Basically recovering the components that we got. And let's see if this works. So if I did this right, then the combat system will not be buggy. Combat system paste. So far so good. No errors yet. Now we gotta go fight. Nope, it's broken. Attempt to index a nil value, local pause in visitor. Okay, bummer. Line 100. So there is no pause in components. There should have been though. Visitor is past the components. We're adding the last component type once we get the component. So it could be in the recursion I'm doing this wrong. So the first level will be position, right? Did I do this right? That makes a sequence in Lua, right? So it's a table with keys 1 and 2. So this will be 2. So it'll first pick off player. So this will be the string player. And then this shortens it by 1, so that now the length is 1. Oh, that's the problem. It's gonna, yeah, this is wrong. This should be if it's 0. Yeah, the problem with doing this stuff in Lua is I don't have a Lua debugger. I kind of have to, if I can't figure it out, I gotta use print statements or something. And it's still not working. Still calling a nil value, but on line 74 this time. Which one's nil? With components is nil. Oh, it can't reference itself? Is that the problem? Yes, but if I do this trick, it will work, right? That little trick. Basically, so that it exists, it's captured by this function, so we can call itself. Clear, and then try again. I don't want to attack the tiger. He's my friend. Oh, looks like it's working again. Oh, I got killed. All right, I fixed it. So now that that's working, I kind of want to take that and make it a utility. So let's do that. Let's move that to utilities. Just occurred to me, I'm using camel case instead of snake case for these. Is that what I want to go with? Camel case for utilities, snake case for everything else? Also, this can be a local, right? Because it's just put into this table. Actually, you know what? I think I do want to use snake case for everything. I'll have to go back and rename a bunch of things. Let's start with snake case here. And this can't be local, actually. This has to be global. And I have to do it... Actually, can I get... If it's... I can't remember if I call it a function... If I say function that, do I need to do that trick anymore? I guess I can see. So save that and put that back in as utilities. And then go and remove it from combat. Combat is that. And let's see if I broke it. Oh, I didn't break it. Okay, so if it's declare with the function syntax, then we're good. Ah, don't kill me. Hey, I got the loots. 72 gold. I'm almost full of gold. Alright, let me check that in. I'll do the rename. Oh, looks like I was in the middle of doing a git, so if refresh that. Okay, so I did a couple refactorings here. Refactoring of the combat system. So one is extract method or function with components. And the other one was what? Extract local function attack check. Utilities function. And what else did I do? That's all I did, right? Didn't do anything else. Oh no, I did find NPC. Extract local function find NPC. And that's basically it. So I did also fix the formatting. Commit. Now let's go rename. So what we'll do, let's go to utilities from the top, this create entity. Except for these, no, except for this last one, let's replace with create entity. So if I click X there, it'll just replace these ones, right? So replace, yes. Okay, and then destroy entity is next. Destroy. So not that one, but everything else. Yes, okay. Next is modify component delta. I think we want all of them, yes, all of them. And then update character health. Good. Yep, then we're done. That hit a lot of files though. That's gonna be a pain. Now again, for the second time, I'm wanting this mass import thing. I'm trying to think now how I would do such a thing. I guess if the name of if you take the .lua off the name, and then just assume that this script with the matching string is what you want to replace, then I could have it like I could have it in JavaScript just enumerate all files in a directory, or maybe you just drag all the files in at once, and it'll do a mass update. So right now I can't do that. I have to do these manually. Attack, combat, drop aggro, drop loot, give sword, give heal, Don't see it. There it is. Item despawn. NPC retaliation. NPC spawning. Pull aggro. Regen. And I did utilities, right? We'll do it again. Okay. Changed a lot of things now. I might have broken something. Nope. I correctly died when I ran out of health, and the heal worked. Does the regen work? I'll let him regenerate, and I'll attack someone else. Okay, I got some loot. Okay, everything seems to be fine, and we'll check it in. Lots of changes. I use snake case for all Lua functions. Just a convention I'm trying to follow. Alright, back to the refactoring. We're on combat, right? Is there anything else I can do here? I think that's pretty good. This is pretty good. Give sword is simple. Give is simple enough. I might want to reuse this though. This is like finding a free slot. And I technically don't need this room variable, do I? Because slot would do, because 0 is falsy. Actually, is it? Let me ask Lua. Hey, Lua. Return not 0. False. No, so that means 0 is truthy, right? Lua return not false. True. Okay, so 0 is truthy. That's interesting. Not 0 would be true. Okay, so that's why I did it. Because 0 is considered truthy in Lua. Alright. Well, I do wanna make that a little bit easier to read. So find free slot given this would be free inventory slot, right? Given the player entity. And oh, actually, we get the items back out too. How about we say with inventory? Okay, maybe this should be broken up into two things. With inventory of player entity, visitor. And then that's part of this. Yeah. Okay, so that's this part, right? Visitor items. Like that. Yeah, okay, and then the second one would be actually, should I make it get inventory instead of with inventory? maybe. Yeah, let's turn it to be get. So I would say return items. So there's no visitor. It's just items equals player items. And it's nil if there is no inventory on that player. Okay, so then the next level would be find free slot. In it's actually generic, right? So array, and that's this stuff. And this is just indented weird. I need to fix that. Okay, for everything in the array, look at the array. If it's nil, then we found it, right? So return, return I. If we get out here, it's return nil. Okay, so then let's rewrite this. It would be local items is get inventory of the player. If not items, then return end. Right? Actually, we have this probably should either destroy it or drop it on the ground. I just have a placeholder for that. Dispose, yeah, of the item, right? So that is item entity. I'll just have it do nothing right now. And then just call it here. All right. And then we have room. So, right. So local slot equals. So I have this set up to return nil. So nil is falsy. Yeah, so I can do it this way. Slot is find free slot in items. If slot, then else, and then the else would dispose of it too. The if is this part. Right. So put it in the slot and modify the player's inventory to have that set of items. And I don't need to return at this point, actually, because we're about to return anyway. Right? Yeah, I think that's it. So cool. That looks a lot nicer. Let's put that under a give. Give, edit, paste, submit, and let's see if it works. So I need to find the guy that gives me swords. That's Bob. Hey, Bob, give me a sword. Sword. I'm gonna have room. Okay, yeah, I need to drop my current sword. And say, sword again, yes. Ah, interesting. The tile set is wrong. Yeah, it's wrong. What tile set should it be again? It's not. Oh yeah, I have to look here. I have to peek. 2363. 2363. So we'll drop that and ask him for another one. Yes. Okay, cool. Bye. So that old item, those old items there will eventually be destroyed. Oh, actually, he stepped on it and yeah, I forgot to remove that coat. So he's going to destroy it for me. Thank you, Bob. And actually, the getting it off the ground should work now too. Nice. Okay. Refactored give. Oh, I'm sorry. Gutted, you asked me a little bit ago, how does time work? You have a global variable storing and updating it. No, it's actually real time. So the game is constantly monitoring the clock. So in the outermost level of the Realm server, there's a timekeeper. Actually, it looks like I delegated to this thing I called 09 clock because I was feeling whimsical on that day and I thought, over 9,000. And so it's time. I'm waiting for it to go to it. Okay, let's just click on it. Get time. I actually had it use a combination of the system's system clock and steady clock. I believe steady clock uses the high precision counter and the system clock uses the wall clock. And I use the two so that I get high precision, which is governed by the wall clock. So there's a little bit of frequency adjustment here, but it's basically just a more advanced version of just getting the time of day from the operating system. So all the times are in Unix timestamps down to a microsecond. And just need to make sure that the servers all stay reasonably synchronized. So they're all using network time protocol for that. Sorry that I didn't answer that question right away. Okay, this is refactoring. Refactor of the give Lewis script. Extract function get inventory and I'm wondering if I should promote those out to utilities. I think I will actually. So let me take those find free slot and get inventory. Let's make that get player inventory. Oh, I'm glad you're still here. Yeah, sorry it took me a while. Sometimes I don't see chat update. Give get player inventory. There we go. Let's move these out. I want these to be reusable. This I'll keep local. So for that, I need to say local dispose equals a function, anonymous function. These I want to move these out to utilities. You know what I should do also is put these in alphabetical order. C, D, M, U, W, then the G is out of order. G goes up here, and then F comes before G. I still know my alphabet. All right, so give is this, and then utilities goes here. Another thing I want to do also is update this code editor so that it's has the syntax highlighting that VS Code has. So people have already given me some things to look at for that, some plugins, some libraries in JS to do that. Just haven't gotten around to it. So for now, I could edit directly in here, but two reasons I don't have the syntax highlighting, and also this is saved in my version control, so it gives me a second backup, a second means of backing it up. Okay, let's test that one more time. Where'd you go, Bob? Bob, I need you. That gold over there is suffering from not having a despawn time. It's eternal gold. Sword, please. Oh, I need to drop that one. Yes. Cool. Bye. Works still. All right. Checking that in. Extract function. Let's get player inventory, by the way. And this is find free slot. Cool. Technically, I also extracted the function dispose. Extract local function dispose. But I'm not doing anything yet. Need to have something to do in the event that you get an item but you don't have room to hold on to it. Like, it would just drop on the ground or something, right? Unless it's like a key quest item, and then I don't know what we're gonna do. Maybe maybe there's a special quest items container you have that would expand as needed. Hold on a second. Ooh, it was an express UPC envelope. I'll have to open that later. I think I know what it is, actually. Yeah, I know what it is. Cool. You like my little impromptu mute overlay? All right, back to refactoring. We were down to give, right? And that's not looking nice now. Has room. Oh. Wait a minute. This looks very familiar. This is basically just a variation on find free slot, isn't it? So we can just use these. Local items is get player inventory entity. So this actually is assuming it is a player. So let's just make that specific player entity. And then if not items, return false, and thank you very much. And then what we're returning is turning it into a Boolean, right? If there is a slot. So return not find free slot items. Right? Has room. Has room. Here it is. Much smaller now. Okay, there's a syntax error near the then. Has room. Edit. Submit. Okay, to test this, I just need to talk to Bob once more. Stop moving. Okay, sword. Don't appear to have room, but if I drop the sword and I ask him again, I have room. Okay, cool. Make it so the quest item drops another random item to have room for it. But then you'll lose something. I don't know, it's a problem for games, right? Like, some games will say, like, here's the special item you need. Oh, wait a minute, you don't have room for it. I come back later when you do. Other times it'll give it to you, but it doesn't actually take up inventory space. The game just says, oh, you have it somewhere, and you can't actually see it. You just have it somewhere. I don't know what I'll do with my game. Either it's not in your real inventory, or maybe there's a special quest items inventory that just auto expands as needed. Who knows? Let's do something like that. All right, one more step on the refactoring journey. Refactor has rooms, Lua script. All right, heal. I mean, this is a little bit hard to read, but it's essentially saying if the entity is a player, then update the player component's hit points. If they weren't a player, then see if they're an NPC. If so, set their NPC hit points. This would be easier if hit points was in the same kind of component, no matter if they're a player or an NPC. That's one thing I've thought about. Like a common character component that's shared between NPCs and players, maybe. Anyway, don't know what I want to do yet. So moving on. If it's a number, then it's the entity ID. Otherwise, it's a name. So what is this tile thing, though? Hold on. This is gonna be very expensive. Do I want to do this? It's basically looking for something that has that as in its name tag. I guess this is the fallback. Yeah, if we don't know the entity ID, we're looking for an entity having a tile whose name is that string. I can't see anything easy to refactor, so we're going to move on. Item despawn. Okay, this is easy. If it's not update, then return. And then I can get rid of one level there. And then again, I can turn this around. If it's not 0 and it's less than 1. Is that right? Then return end. That's because last is initialized to be 0. So it won't. It'll at least run this once. Then after it runs it once, it won't run it again until. Right. This is the rate governor. This says only do this once a second. And I'm thinking, can I extract that as a function? It's hard because that needs to be in the capture. And it has to be mutable. I won't worry about that yet. Okay, anyway, with all items, do that. With all items, find the position of the item in the world, and if it has a despawn time and it's in the past or now, then destroy it. I can't think of any way to make that easier. Moving on. That one's pretty simple. Moving on, NPC retaliate. Oh, this is a big one. Maybe I save this for last. NPC spawning. Oh, this is a nice reusable one. Has component. Yeah, I like this one. Hey there, Liquidor. Wait a minute. Have you been here? Oh no, you just got here. How are you doing? We're refactoring today. Working on Lua script refactoring right now. I found one that should be just a utility, so I'm going to take that out and put it in utilities and put it in the right place. Has component. If an entity has a component of a certain type, then true or false. Is clear ground present? This is also a nice utility, right? Ground is defined as depth 0, and clear is defined as you can access it. And there's neither a player nor an NPC there. Yeah, refactoring is different. It's just basically moving around things and giving names to things and making the indentation less and yeah, extracting methods. We're doing all that stuff today. Let's turn this around like this. So I can have one less level of indentation. Oh, the same thing as I was doing in the other game system, right? So turning that, negating this logic. Why is that less than or equal to the other one had less than? I think that should just be less than. Then return end. What is this doing? Counting NPCs? I can make a utility for that. Yeah, let's do that. Let's have a utility that counts. Count entities, I guess. In utilities. Goes at the top. Function count components. Component type. And I feel like I'm not speaking directly into my mic. Local, this is n. And this is component type, and then we're returning n, right? So this is if count components NPC greater than or equal to 10, then end. Easier to read, right? So this is, I need to think about how to make this easier, but this basically says If it's an update and it's been a second since the last update, then check the number of NPCs. If there are 10 or more, don't do anything. Otherwise, spawn an NPC. That'll probably be read easier if I did this, right? Less than 10, then try to spawn. Try spawn gets... Oh, and this is doing it in every zone too, isn't it? Yeah. Do we want to allow it in every zone? I guess so. So try spawn says we need to have an NPC table, and then this is selecting one from that table. So maybe I should refactor that out. Why do new line some returns and inline others? I figure like, okay, like stuff like this could be inlined, right? But this is already wrapped, so I don't like inlining that. I guess what I'm saying, like usually I would not inline it, but if it's just a return, I feel it's okay to inline it. But maybe I'm bending my own rule there. I don't know. I got into that habit early on doing Lua because why? Because you have to have the then and the end. And in C++, where you don't have to have the then and the end, I would just say if something is not equal to, then return semicolon, and I mean not even then, right? If something, return semicolon, or for an early return. Kind of like an exception is allowed for single returns. 79 degrees Fahrenheit here. Me, I'm a wimp. When it gets up to 80 Fahrenheit, I start to sweat. 1 degree away from that again today, just like yesterday. Okay. Yeah, I think I wanted to make a function for this part. So local would be a select by chance, and then that's this. It has to have this in it. So select by chance. In the end, we want an element, right? Or we want nil. Yeah, so we'll just do this. Select by chance of the table. That's equals function. And then this is inside, right? So candidates for, so this is not NPC class. This would be table entry. This is table. So we expect there to be a CH. So the entry is expected to be a table itself, and it has a CH for chance. And we're filling in the candidates list first. If there are no candidates, then, and then since it's not just a simple return, it's return nil, right? Otherwise, we return that entry. Return table I. Okay, and then select by chance. In the end, we're going to get what? NPC class. So local NPC class equals select by chance zone NPCs. And then if not NPC class, then what? Then return end. So all this goes away there, right? Actually, could I combine that with that? Yeah, I could do that. So I can just say if not table, then return nil, then return nil, and yeah, so that. Cool. Did I? It says I modified this, did I? I did. Okay, but I didn't put it back into the game. Bool try spawn true or false if returned before finishing. Where was that? Trying to understand, Liquidor. Long time since did Lua, but don't you always want to return something if you return? No. If you just return, then if the thing you're calling expects a return value, it just gets nil. So it's sort of like, and this try spawn doesn't actually, like, nothing is used with any return values. So it doesn't matter, but if it did, yeah. The general rule in Lua is if the caller expects like say 3 return values and you only returned 2, then the third one gets filled with nil. So if you return nothing, then everything gets filled with nil. And the same thing for the other direction. So if I call, let's say I call select by chance and I don't pass anything, then this table will be nil and I'll just return nil, right? Actually, I guess that means I can just do return. Yeah. Follow my own advice, right? I can just return. Because it will get nil. Thank you, Liquidor. It made me realize that I had a mistake there. Not returning at all. It'll return, right? Actually returns in a couple places. And then there's an implicit return, which implicitly is nil at the end. At the end of the function, yeah. So if you reach the end, there's an implicit return at the end. So yeah, I'm gonna give you a point because you made me realize that I could not do return nil. All right, we'll test it. So this is NPC spawning. So if NPC spawning breaks, we'll know. Edit, paste. Oh, there is something. Count components. Oh, because I haven't published that yet. That's in utilities. Submit. All right. Anything else? Item D. Did I get this one already? Item D. Despawn. Okay. Test time. Go fight some monsters. Actually, I should fight those slimes because they're not so brutal. Oh, I got some money. These slimes are pushovers. Okay, I don't see them respawning, so I think I might have broken it. Okay, I might have broken it. I did break it. Has component is nil. Oh, I forgot to add that. Has component. Oh, wait a minute, no. Where was that? Utilities? Oh, it's local. Oops. There shouldn't be any local equals functions here. Okay, that's what it was. Utilities. Submit. All right. Now, did the end? They're starting to spawn already. Fixed it. Hey there, Shake Soda. The only time return nil can never be different from just return is if you are capturing directly into select. I don't even know about select. Yeah, that's true. I learned that the hard way the other day, that a table with a nil in it, it's like you didn't even put it in there at all. No, it's not useless. It helps reinforce that, because I've made this mistake before where I could say, like, let's say you had a function. That's what happens when you don't have your fingers aligned with the keys, right? If you say, like, return nil, or worse, if you had, like, return, like, if you wanted to always return 3 things and you said 1, 2, nil, would actually you get back out, like, if you say x equals foo, is x will be 1 and 2. It doesn't know that you want a placeholder there. I think the only way to get a placeholder is to actually put something out there, and then you'll see a nil, right? And you only know that there's a nil there by getting the size of x, which should be 4. And then when you get the third x3, it'll be nil, right? Now, if you had just that, you'll get 2, and it'll look like that. And if you index past the end, you'll still get nil, but you won't know that there was a third one or not, because the length, it's going to the last non-nil, basically. Yeah, exactly. You also fail in I pairs. Don't you actually get, in I pairs, you get a value of nil? Or would it actually fail? It'll stop at the first gap. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, Lua tables and meta tables. They're kind of funny, but once, I mean, it starts to make logical sense when you read enough of it. You're like, okay, I see what the design is. What is that called? Radical acceptance? Where something is like maybe not what you want, but it's just a reality because that's how it is. Okay, I just did miscellaneous refactoring and I added count components and has component. Yeah, okay, so this is refactor Lua game systems extract function has, what is it? Has count components. Extract function has component. And then I cleaned up the item despawning and NPC spawning a bit. Oh, I extracted a local function, select by chance. Actually, I wanted to make that a utility. Select by chance, because I want to reuse that in the loot dropping. Select by chance. We'll move it here. Put it in alphabetical order. Right here. Make sure that it's a function, not a local. There we go. So before I forget, let me put it in the games. Utilities, and then I pulled it out of NPC spawning. All right, and then here, extract function, select by chance. Are the coded scripts defaults? Which ones, Liquidor? All of these scripts are the ones I've been developing organically as I'm adding more of the game content and mechanics. They're only in Lua because they're not solidified and stable. When they get stable, what I intend to do is take these and then port them back to C++ for the performance. Oh yeah, I don't have a tool yet to take the files on disk and push them into the game server. So the closest equivalent of that is copy from here and edit and paste in here. Couple things I could do, like I could make this have an embedded VS Code editor. Then I could edit it directly. But then there are two reasons to not do that. One is that by having it here, I can check it into version control and I have a second backup. And the other is that, what was the other reason? Maybe there was just that one reason. That when I edit here directly into the game, it doesn't get checked into Git. Even elder people program, yes. I'm not that old. Hello, how are you doing? I guess I'm a little old because you can see the gray in my beard. But I'm not elderly yet. Alright, I'm refactoring today. Let me know if you have any questions. I'm working on this game. And you can play it now. There's not much content in the game. There are some test NPCs. Actually, this one shouldn't be in the sewers at all. Let's move him out. He should be in the starter town. Move there, please. So there's like this little town here. There are a couple NPCs, and it's mostly just props and decoration. There's not a whole lot of mechanics yet, but you can create an account. You can go explore these sewers. You can, if you ask nicely, this guy will give you a sword. And you can go down here and fight these NPCs. And there will be more and more game content as we go. So if you have any questions, let me know. Today I'm refactoring, so I'm going into the prototype game systems in Lua and cleaning them up. like I was saying before, this is where I prototype the game systems. Once they get stable, then I port them to C++ for the performance. You've known a lot of older programmers over the years, and the ones that you've met over the years have gotten older. See how that works? Most of them just jumped ship from games. I think people just like to go from one thing to another and not do any one thing for too long, right? I guess I'm going the other direction. I jumped from not doing games to doing games. Okay, I am looking here. Actually, did it? I did. Forgot to hit commit. Let's just hit commit. I want to see that those M's go away. All right, now where was I? Right. I'm looking for opportunities to refactor this code. So I got the select by chance refactored out. I guess we're moving on to pull aggro. Games as an industry is pretty rough. It likes to grind people to dust. Yeah, I guess for me, one exception is that I am my own game studio, so I get ground as much as I'm willing to grind myself. In the end, it all depends on how well I market and how good a job I do, right? If I can make a living or not. Otherwise, this just becomes a hobby for a while. People jump to things that pay or treat better. That's true. I accept that. Pull aggro. Actually, I already refactored that, didn't I? I worked on that before. Let's go to regen. Okay, let's turn this around. To get rid of the indentation, we just reverse the logic and say return end. Pulling that up one level, and then I can reverse this logic. And I'm going to treat the equals as that is okay. So this is return end. Pull that up one more level. So what is this saying? With all NPCs, if they have hit points, if they're not at the maximum, add one. It's probably as best as I can make it. Regen. Edit. Paste. Did I edit the right one? I think I did. Never know for sure. Oh, to test it. I gotta damage a monster. And they have to regenerate. Okay, so is he regenerating health? Yes. And I'm not seeing any errors here. Good. All right, so refactor the regen Lua game script. I think I'm running out of Lua scripts to refactor. Yeah, because we're down to utilities, which is fine. Now, I guess I saved one of these for last, right? Retaliation. I think, yeah, this one was a monster. Attack directions. Weapon. Why is this local? Oh, because the NPCs have like built-in weapon attributes. And we have a function for that, but it's not a utility, is it? It was under attack. There is a roll damage. I think we should take that out and make that a utility. I can reuse it. Roll for damage. And maybe do a roll for hit as well. To be sure, you have to be even more careful not to grind yourself into dust when you're also running the show. Yeah, because people have a tendency to be their own worst. What's the phrase? Their own worst enemy? People are hard on themselves a lot harder on themselves than they are on other people. Okay, roll damage. I think I can reuse it here. Because I think it's the same logic. There's a base damage, then roll the damage die, subtract damage reduction. Yeah, so it's just this roll for damage. Base is DB, then DN, then DN, DD, and then armor. A monster hits you for that number of points of damage. Subtract health. If less than or equal to 0, set it... Why do I set it to 0? Does it even matter? I don't think it matters. Oh, it does, because we update the health down here. So, you don't want to go negative. We drop aggro when we die. This is... I can make a utility for this. This is finding a dialogue by name. Yeah, I'd like to extract this out. Find dialogue. Dialogue by name. Name. So this is just dialogue entity. Return it, right? Game with components of type dialogue. If the name... Okay, this is the name. If the name matches, then... Oh, I can't do that. So let's just rename this one to be entity. And I do need that to get the name. Right, okay, so that's it. Okay. Find dialogue by name. So that's that. Death. If there is one, then you start it. And I want to refactor that too. Like I do with this create entity where I make a game feedback. So this would be what? Start dialogue? Or dialogue start? I like the idea of just dialogue start. Dialogue start, player entity. We need a target too, right? In this case, it's not set, but that we'll make it optional. So at least there's a dialogue and a player. Let's put the dialogue first. Dialogue entity, player entity, and then target entity. Target entity would be if they're talking to an actual NPC. But you don't... Death is not an NPC. It's just starting a dialogue with the player and no target. So that's there. So that's the dialogue entity. That's the player entity. And then actually the way Lua works with the nil we talked about earlier, if that's nil, then that will end up not being added to the table at all, and so it won't be present in the JSON objects. That's exactly what I want, right? Let me make sure. I don't remember for sure if it's target. It would be in my C++. Okay, it is target. Why do I have 0 there? I don't know. Oh, this is if you log in when you're already dead. So I did have a 0? I don't think I need to have a 0 there. Yeah, because if the key isn't present, it'll be like undefined, and when that's coerced to int, you get 0. Yeah, okay. It doesn't matter. It's just called target. Target. Then that's fine, right? Yeah, so dialogue start. Back here. Death dialogue entity, player entity. Right? And the target is just nil. There we go. Yeah, so this is the fallback. If we forgot to make the death dialogue at all, it just tells you you're dead. You're dead! So this is probably not going to be needed eventually. Update character health. A monster strikes you but misses you if they miss. This is all done if you are a player. Can I combine these two? I think I can, actually. Yeah, let's do this. And then I can extract it out. So actually, I can make it all the same, right? Player can be up, well, target player, right? Entity. Oh, yeah. Okay, so yeah, this is just by convenience we're doing it here. So target player is player. And then these two. Where did that end? Oh, that end goes with that. Parentheses. There we go. So with all entities at a certain position, if, I mean, I could say if we haven't found the target player yet, and this should be nil. If we haven't found the player yet, then I don't have to do this check. But this, one check or another doesn't matter. So if the entity is the player, then get the player's component. If we are able to do that, then we fill in target player. So this is if target player. And I don't need this. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna have to rename player to target player. That's fine. So all of this gets 1, 2 levels outdented. And I just have to go for player and rename it to target player. Target player. You know what I prefer to do? I prefer to call it player. And change this name to something else. Component, maybe? Because getting the player component of the player entity. If we manage to find it, yeah, that makes sense. And, oh, it returns whether or not it found the target. So we can shortcut this. If not player, then return end. Right? Clever. Because it will you'll get back null. Oh, and this isn't using snake case, is it? Try to attack at. And that's not a function, so that's okay. I'm only using snake case for functions. Okay, I got like 12 minutes left. No, 22 minutes left. Let me refactor this bit. Let's say local what to name it? It's like see if the player, get the player if they're at the given position, right? Get player if in position. And it needs the player entity and it needs the position. And it's this stuff. No, this is Lua. So if you look at lua.org, this is a language that's used in scripting for other games as well as mine. So for example, all the plugins in World of Warcraft are written in this language. And it's a very, very simple language. There's like only a couple different built-in types. So it's even simpler than Python. If you think Python is simple, Lua is even simpler. With simplicity comes complexity, though. If you're trying to do something that the language doesn't natively have any designs for, you kind of have to go through little syntactical hurdles to get there. I think that's okay if you do them in little functions and then collapse them and say, okay, there's ugly stuff inside of this, but the name tells you what we're trying to do, so it should work, right? Okay, this should be pause and not target pause, and then we're good, right? So I just need to say that local player equals get player if in position, player entity target position. And then if we couldn't find them, in return. Oh, thanks for the follow. So this, let's try this out. NPC retaliation and utilities is what I need. Let's get you. Oh, did I change attack? Oh, the roll damage. I removed the roll damage from attack. Hey there. How's it going? How do you say your name? Fex? I'll say Fex. Fex PT? Fex. How are you doing? Python is a pretty big language, especially if you include the libraries that come with it, right? Okay, Fex, that's fine. All right. Utilities. Utilities. Yeah, I don't have an, I'm doing a little bit of the copying into the game manually because I don't have a nice import tool yet. And NPC retaliation. Okay, now they're in the game. I can test them by combat. There can only be one. I think it's working. We're battling. They're able to hit me. Yep. And I can hit them, and they're regenerating properly. And if they die, I get loots. I'm actually almost up to max gold already. Oh, there's a syntax error. In what? Uh-oh. Oh, script 6749. What's that? NPC retaliation? What line? 16? Oh, yeah, look at that. That should be... So, how was he able to hit me at all, then? I'm surprised it actually worked. Submit. Maybe I didn't let him hit me enough. Oh, no, it's not working. He's not retaliating against me. Or is it that I'm not hitting him? Yeah, he's not attacking me anymore. Am I in his aggro table, though? Let's check. I'm not in his aggro table. And I killed him. Oops, I didn't mean to kill him. I just wanted to damage him. And then check. Yeah, okay, I'm not drawing aggro. Maybe I screwed this up. What game am I programming? You can check it out here. It's like you're seeing me test. It's inspired by the old Ultima games from the late 90s, but it's multiplayer. So it's going to be tile-based 2D, mostly top-down pixel art to begin with, and it's just a role-playing game. So this character is in here attacking with a sword, and they drop loot, that kind of thing. 6749 is the script that failed, yeah. What the heck what did I do wrong here? Get player in position, player entity, position, local player... Oh, I didn't return it. There we go. That would be important. NPC retaliation. So the reason I'm doing the game logic in Lua is I can quickly change the game logic without having to rebuild the game server, which is written in C++. And see, now he can retaliate, although he just walked away. Okay. I'm only remaining in his aggro table for like one hit. So something is still screwed up. He's attacking me once and then moving off. It doesn't need to be a browser-only game. It's just I chose to make the front-end client in the browser, but anyone could theoretically make a client for this as long as they support WebSockets. So if you were to see how this game talks to the server in the network pane here, it's I can make this easier for you to see. It's just exchanging messages between your client, which could be in the browser or might not be, and a web server. And these are just using the WebSocket protocol. So as long as you wrote a client that understood these messages, like what's in your inventory, where to draw everything initially, all the sprites on the screen, and then whenever something moves, there's a move sprite, that kind of thing. Then you'd be able to recreate this experience in some other user interface. Yeah, well, he shouldn't be a pacifist. Makes you think of Zelda? Well, it's a basic RPG system, right? So there are enemies, they drop loot, top down. The difference between this and Zelda, I guess, is that these are discrete tile positions and not continuous, and there's going to be multiple players, so someone else could log in on... Well, let's look at the real game. I don't think anyone is playing right now. Okay, there is someone, an admin, apparently. And if you had multiple players, they could be fighting together, so Zelda being a single-player game would be a little bit different than that. But yeah, Zelda is an RPG, right? I need to find out why I'm getting dropped from the aggro table. And that is what? That's here somewhere, right? Didn't I put the aggro table in here? Drop aggro. Oh, if we run out of hit points. But that's not happening. They are hitting me, right? Oh, I refreshed it. Okay, attack again. Okay, he only hits me, he only strikes at me once and then I get dropped from his aggro table. Even if he hits me once. Yeah, he hit me for 3 damage and then he's just stopped attacking. So it's like dropping aggro right away, as if it got into here somehow. What did I do wrong? I suppose I can look at the differences. Okay, what did I change in here? Lens. Get the lens out. Dialogue start. Okay, that's if I die. Find dialogue by name. Okay, so the roll damage is in there. That should be fine. So it's probably not that file. And did I change anything here? I moved roll damage out. Did I put roll damage in utilities here? Yeah, there it is. It's not, so it must be in that eliminates it to where I thought it might be, which is in here. So what did I change exactly here? Right, I did a bunch of refactoring here. There's the roll damage. There's the death dialogue. I didn't misspell anything, did I? The stats, they're just simple stats to begin with right now. So for the player character, the stats are all on the weapon. So it's there's a cooldown in seconds. There's a base number of hit points in damage. There's a adjustment to the hit roll. There's a number of dice to roll for damage and the number of sides of the dice. So it's like roughly Dungeons and Dragons based, right? And then for the NPCs, oh, that comes from an NPC table. So I had that here. Which one is which? That's the green slime. So here's the orc. His dexterity is 15. So that's the what's compared with your attack roll to see if you hit. And his damage reduction or armor is 2. And then the roll to hit, similar to Dungeons and Dragons, is you no, we don't. Let's talk about the damage first. Damage is the base plus the number of rolls minus damage reduction. Actually, this is a bug, right? I'm doing damage reduction for every die. I should be doing that outside here. There we go. I should be doing that. Anyway, that's damage. Let me put that back in. And then the roll to hit. is a 20-sided die. A natural 20 is a hit. Otherwise, you have to roll higher than their dexterity -5. And that's just a hard-coded magic tweak number just to help balance it right now. I probably need to clean that up. But yeah, if you hit, you roll for damage. And this is what's going wrong here. It should only drop aggro if you're dead. Obviously, we're dropping aggro. I can verify that by putting a message, I guess, in here. Dropping aggro. Let's just test this theory that that's what's happening. Drop aggro, because if it's not coming through here, it must be some other bug. Yeah, it's dropping aggro for some reason. So that's okay. Why would it drop aggro? It should only do that if I'm out of hit points. It obviously didn't do that because I'm not dead. Actually, what happens if I do die? So it's kind of like turn-based now. They have one chance to kill me, and then they drop aggro. He dead. Oh, so that works. So I'm dropping aggro some other way then. No, so drop aggro must be called somewhere else then by mistake. Ooh, there we go. That's the problem. It found me, but then didn't think it found me the next time, I guess. Try... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Why is there try to attack and try to attack at? Oh, this thing, right? Hold on. Try to attack at. Oh, it's not returning anything. I'm stupid. This we should just return some... We return... Is it just true or false? I think it is. So this should be like return false. And here return true. And this isn't target found. I guess it is target found. Yeah. Try to attack, and if it return true, that means we found a target. Only drop aggro if we couldn't find you. Okay, let's try this out. And then I'll catch up with chat. I think I missed something in chat. I just hate it when my scripts have a bug in them. Okay, so this guy should not drop aggro unless I step away. Cool, he's still attacking me. If I step away, drop aggro. Okay. Cool, I fixed it. Combat is RNG based. Yep, it's totally RNG based. But the RNG has limits, right? So it's controlled by your statistics, their statistics, your armor, their armor, that kind of thing. So the idea would be get better items. Even though it's RNG based, you'll, like right now, I'll almost always win against these slimes because their dexterity is so low and their hit points are so low. I'm walking all over them. They'll occasionally hit me, but otherwise, they're gonna go extinct soon. Because now we reach the NPC spawning cap, and the only thing left are orcs. Okay, one spawned over there. I want only orcs. See, it's so easy to kill the slimes, and really hard to kill these orcs. So even though it's RNG based, it's heavily slanted in favor of the player against certain enemies. And then the idea is as you gain in power or level or whatnot, you will eventually it won't feel like RNG at all. It'll feel like you're just always going to win against these old enemies. Okay, I've reached the gold spawning limit, or the gold cap, so I can kind of demonstrate this other stuff. Let me drop the food. If I pick that up now, I have a stack of 11, and I can transfer the stack over or drop the gold if I want. Pick up the food. I worked on that like last week. part of the coding business is solving problems. That's like 90, it feels like 90% of my time is solving the problems that I make for myself. If not A or B, return. And what you wanted was if not A and not B. Yeah, the worst bugs are like one character, missing or wrong, or should be missing and is there. Okay, the drop aggro, I don't need this debugging statement anymore. Drop aggro. And all of these scripts are, of course, subject to change. So if like Nucopia, if you had feedback on like a better way to do combat in an RPG, I would consider it. And then if I liked it, I would totally change the systems I have. No, that's one reason I have all this in Lua, is that if I decide I want something different, or you guys give me better ideas, I can go try them instead. Die. Yay, I won. All right. I'll say that this is done. Oh, actually, no, we're not done with this. There's some more work to do, right? Try attack. There was something that wasn't snake case, right? Try to attack. That's what it was. Try to attack. And this is hard-coded for now because NPCs don't actually carry weapons. That's their weapon. So this is sort of silly. Actually, no, I wanted that on purpose because weapon will change to later and to be some quality of the NPC or something they're carrying. Okay, I think I can clean this up a bit, right? Because I made something to reduce this indentation, right? It was with components. And we can say NPC entity. Oh, wait a minute, no, this is a loop. Okay, I can't do that then. This is of all NPCs. If the NPC has aggro, then with its position do that. So I guess I can just extract this as another method. Function. Let's try to attack. So this is really pick a target and then try to attack, right? Attack. Select target and attack. NPC entity and its position. Well, do we need NPC and position? And I'm going to make these locals. And then pull in. How much of this should I pull in? Should I pull in this entire thing, maybe? Then the position is something we get. Right? So this goes here. And this becomes just select an attack target. NPC entity. Actually, then I can just do that directly. I don't need to call it a second time. It's just select an attack target. Hey there, Robot and Starless Jupiter. How are you guys doing? How are you, fellow robot? Robot 9706. Is it possible to talk to NPCs that are currently responses hard-coded? It's not hard-coded. There are some NPCs that have dialogues attached to them. So not in this cavern, but if I go out here, talk to Bob. He says, "Move along, peasant," and I can ask him his name and his job. Those are two things you can always ask NPCs in the Ultima game, so I'm doing the same thing for mine. And then from the responses, you sort of have to guess. Some viewers have suggested I highlight them in a different color, like guard, so you can say guard. And then he says peasant, so you can also say peasant. It says, "You are a peasant, are you?" Yes, of course you are. But then if you say no, and he says, "What are you then?" And here's your opportunity to say the hidden keyword GM. If you do, he says, oh, really? Why haven't you paid me yet? If you say GM normally in conversation, he says, I can't help you with that. So all of this is controlled by a system I made, the dialogue editor. So there are different states in the dialogue. You have an initial and end state. And the initial state is says move along peasant, and then it goes to the conversation state, and here are all the choices you can pick, including the hidden one, which is sword, where he will say, need a weapon? I have a spare sword, would you like it? Anyway, given a state in the dialogue, you have a certain number of choices, and depending on what choice you make, it transitions to the next state and has side effects. Usually the side effects are tells, like he tells you something. But sometimes it will be like in the case of the sword, if you say yes and you have room, it would be that it runs a script to give you the sword. So this will let me like in-game, like real-time construct any kind of NPC dialogue. I think the only time I had trouble with this system was when I make something elaborate like a vendor who has to have an inventory. And then it gets a bit difficult because I have to maintain the inventory somewhere. Some kind of engine. I used a few different libraries, but mostly I wrote it myself. So for the graphics, I use Phaser.js. For the user interface, I use React and Redux. And for some of the stuff in the server side, I used some open source stuff. Like, let's collapse this and I'll show you. So I use zlib. I use LibreSSL, which is an OpenSSL clone. And what else? Oh, this password strength estimator, ZXCVBN, is a password strength indicator. Yeah. Everything else I wrote myself. So I wrote my own WebSocket stuff for C++ and Twitch APIs to integrate the chat bot, and SMTP for sending email, the Raft algorithm for the game cluster, the server-side replication. I didn't write Lua. The folks down in Argentina wrote Lua, or Brazil. I wrote my own JSON class in C++ and my own web server client stuff, and implement these hash functions were really fun, actually. I took the Wikipedia articles on these different hash algorithms and used the pseudocode in there to kind of implement that in C++. But yeah, mostly it's written by hand. It's when I get into the JavaScript area where I'm not so comfortable, where I lean more on these libraries like Phaser. I could have just gone directly to Canvas or WebGL, but I'm like, I'll use Phaser for that. And then React and Redux to do the DOM construction, so I don't have to do it all myself. So I've been doing C++ for so long, though. I'm really happy to do it all myself. And I recognize that I am reinventing the wheel, and I kind of joke about the fact that my channel is all about reinventing the wheel. I don't suggest doing that unless you find it fun, or maybe that's how you learn how things work, is to do it yourself. I would recommend looking up libraries, like what I do for the JavaScript side. Don't try to figure out WebGL yourself. Use Phaser or Pixie.js instead. It's easier to use pre-made stuff if you are unfamiliar or uninterested in implementing yourself. WebSockets was really fun, and so was HTTP for me, so I really enjoyed implementing that. And actually, if you wanted to see that, you could, because I put all my stuff on YouTube, and I did the web stuff way back here last August 30th. I did the web client. Where did I do the web? I must have done the web server first. Yeah, I did the web server way back in this range somewhere. Fixes and improvements to it. I must have had it by then. Where did I do it? I guess within the first 20 streams, I'd already written the web server. Yeah. So all this stuff you can find on my YouTube if you really wanted to see it. But I don't recommend doing that because it's like literally like 900 plus hours of recorded stuff. Yeah, when it's built in, yeah, the JavaScript side of WebSockets is really cool because it's built in now. So I do that in the front-end web client under source, middleware, server, game connection. So connecting to the game, it consists of doing new WebSocket. You construct the address URL from the host and the port number, and then you just set listeners. So when it opens, you get this called. When it closes, you get that called, and whenever you get a message, you could do that. So I hooked in directly to Redux. Whenever message event happens, I dispatch a receive message action in Redux. And then that gets further disassembled here, where I have this huge table of handlers. Depending on the message type, it calls the matching handler. So like, if, let's see, what's a good example? Well, it looks inventory, right? It'll take the inventory part of the message and reflect the inventory change, which goes to one of my reducers. I think that's the session. Reflect inventory. And it stores it in the inventory of the session, which starts out empty, and then, where's that? Inventory. So it starts out empty, but when the game tells you what your inventory, it fills up. So, yeah, WebSocket stuff is really easy in JavaScript now, which is one reason why I did it. Also, the fact that you can see it here in the what do you call this? Developer tools. Yeah, React Redux, totally use that. So once it's in my Redux state, then if I want to make something out of the DOM, I put that all under views because it reminds me of model view controller architecture. So the views are all the user interface, right? So at any point, like if I want to pull something out of Redux, it's with React Redux. You use the connect. You map some stuff from your state to props, and then if you had the other direction, want to dispatch an action back to Redux, it's dispatched to props. So, like, where would be an example of that? Here, maybe? When I remove a server, it's to dispatch a configuration. No. Right, there's first a confirmation, and if you say you really want to do it, it does a remove server, right? I like this a lot because this is all I need to know to glue it to React, to Redux. Everything else here is pure React. In fact, I do the React hooks. I don't have any classes at all in my JavaScript. It's all React with hooks. So here's the state hook. The entire component is just a function with props returning the DOM. Now, my only problem is my JavaScript is messy and I need to refactor it, which is what I'm supposed to be doing today after I get through the refactoring of the Lua. After I refactor the Lua, I'll get to the JavaScript. And okay, so let's just write down what we did here. Okay, so refactor Lua game scripts. Extract, well, it's really promote roll damage function to utilities. And what else? So that should show up here. Okay, I extracted a dialog start. Extract. Oh, I need to end my stream soon. It's that time. I only stream 4 hours and then I gotta eat. So this will probably be it for the day. After I check this in, I'll just describe. Actually, go through and see what I've missed and then talk about what I'll do next time. So yeah, this is a refactor NPC retaliation system. Cool. Garbage collects so the Git GUI doesn't get upset about garbage, and then push that. Alright, I also need to push all this stuff out into the production server because there's a lot of bugs I fixed that I haven't put in here yet. Yeah. So like the stream panels below show, tomorrow was going to be a user interface or game audio or game graphics work day. So what I was thinking about doing is you can battle these slimes in the sewers here, but there's absolutely no sound or indication. In fact, it's kind of like I can show you here, like I was doing before, right? When I'm battling these NPCs, it's kind of boring. You don't hear anything. You don't when you die, there's nothing cool happens visually. What I think I'll do tomorrow is I'll work on whenever you hit something or get hit yourself, there should be like a hit effect, like a little visual pop or explosion or something. And then I'll try to also work on adding a sound effect when that happens. So there'll have to be like a sound settings as well. So people want to set the volume or mute and whatnot. And so I'll be doing the new panel for sound levels, and then try to add in some kind of sound effects when you get hit in combat. And maybe when you die, maybe I'll have like a cool effect, like the guy saying "ah" when he dies. I don't know. It means I need to go record some audio before tomorrow, so I can pull that in and try to figure out how to make phaser play audio. And then the effects I'm thinking will just be very short-lived sprites that phaser will draw. I'll call them particles for particle effect systems, so people know that what I'm trying to get at. But I think in phaser it's pretty simple. It's either a sprite or it's not. Oh, you asked a couple of minutes ago, how much time do I put on all this? I put 4 hours a day. I work every weekday, and so what are we up to now? 933 hours over 228 streams. And my computer's crashed 6 times, and I have had to reset my cable modem 3 times. So yeah, this is how far I got in about 930 something hours. It takes a long time to make a game, especially if it's multiplayer. And especially if you're not basing off a game engine. So if you're all writing everything yourself, expect it to take a lot longer. If you're working on a game engine, if you're using a game engine to build your game, you'll get a lot more done in a shorter amount of time for sure. If it's single player, even faster development. Anyway, that's what I'm going to work on tomorrow. Visual and sound effects in combat, I think. So that's about it for today. I gotta head on out. I'm gonna go raid someone. If you want a chat post stream, I'm trying to keep this alive. It's not used for much right now. See ya, Rami, and Playing with Skizzers, and Robot, and Starless Jupiter, and Toulouse. Thank you for your help, Toulouse. Nukopi and everyone else, Nui, and Romania. Not Romania, Romania. Hate everybody else. I really appreciate all the help. Thank you for that follow. Very kind. I hope you enjoyed today. I'm going to try to pick someone interesting to raid, so that will leave you with somewhere. Oh, Tim just started. He's a fun stream to watch. So is Oh Bother. Let's see what Tim's doing. Okay, he just started, so this is perfect. So, fellow streamer Tim Bidet, he is making his own game engine in C++, and he's much further along than I am. He's making racing games, so these days he's been working on games that take like 2 to 3 months to develop, and they're all based on his engine. And it says today he's working on a turbo-boosted game with explosions. That sounds fun. I hope you enjoy it. Oh yeah, what I was saying before about the Discord. Please feel free to go there, and if you have any questions and I'm not streaming, I try to post stream announcements there too. And I'm trying to keep that Discord alive, but we'll see how it goes. There's so many Discords out there. I'm in like 20 of them myself, so I understand that a lot of them don't get used much, but it's there if you want to use it. Explosions. We'll have to ask Tim about these explosions. We'll have to say, Tim, we're only here because we heard about there being explosions, so where are they? Okay, thank you very much. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.